Hello, namaste, namaskaram. A very good evening, dear ladies and gentlemen. And this beautiful evening, it's my real and immense pleasure to welcome you all to KAPS Summit, that is Kerala-America Partnership Summit, organized by Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, IACC. I hope you all are very much comfortable in your seats and feeling very happy and excited to be a part of this great event. So may I request you to get a good evening in return. Good evening. And may I once again request you to please say hello to each other, to the persons sitting on your left side, right side, front and back. I already told you a namaskaram, but I think you all must say hello to each other because we are being a part of such a great event. Those who are sitting in the front side can say hello to the person sitting on their back by rotating your neck a little bit. Yes. Well, thank you. A few of you have done it. When I stand in the stage, I can see all the faces smiling. You all are very happy, right? Am I right? Yes. Well, as we all know, the major objective of IACC is to promote Indo-American business, trade, and economic relations. IACC promotes bilateral trade, investment, and technology transfer, facilitates business collaborations, joint ventures, marketing tie-ups, and strategic alliances through a set of proactive business-oriented initiatives. And this IACC acts as a catalyst for sustainable growth of business between India and US. So let's move on to the event. And in order to start, we need the blessings of Almighty. So I request everyone to please stand up for a few moments for the prayer. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Bhunattu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavaditamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om. Please be seated. Yes, before we move on, let me invite the dignitaries present this beautiful evening on the dais. First of all, നമ്മുടെ ക്ഷണം സ്വീകരിച്ച മറ്റ് തിരക്കുകളെല്ലാം മാറ്റിവെച്ച് ഈ ഒരു IACCയുടെ KAPS സബ്മിറ്റ് ഇതിന് പങ്കെടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി മാത്രം ഈ സായാഹ്നത്തിൽ നമുക്കൊപ്പമുള്ള നമ്മുടെ എല്ലാവരുടെയും എന്താണ് അഭിമാനമാണ് അദ്ദേഹത്തെ നമുക്ക് സ്നേഹപൂർവ്വം ഒരുപാട് ആദരവോടുകൂടി വേദിയിലേക്ക് ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നു. ബഹുമാന്യനായ ഹോണറബിൾ മിനിസ്റ്റർ ഫോർ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രീസ്, ലോ ആൻഡ് കോയർ, ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഓഫ് കേരള, ശ്രീ P. രാജീവ്. നിറഞ്ഞ കൈകളോട് കൂടി സ്നേഹത്തോടു കൂടി വേദിയിലേക്ക് ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നു ബഹുമാന്യനായ മന്ത്രി ശ്രീ P. രാജീവ്. Mr. Suman Billa, IAS, Secretary Industries, Government of Kerala. Inviting him onto the dais, please, with a big round of applause. Yes, sir, please. Dr. Lalit Basan, IACC National President. Inviting Dr. Lalit Basan onto the dais, please. Yes, sir, please. Mr. Pankaj Bhora, Executive Vice Chairman, IACC. And Mr. A. Shekhar, Executive Vice Chairman, IACC. So please. കുറച്ചുകൂടെ എനർജറ്റിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കൈയടി ആവാം കേട്ടോ. Please. Dr. Shantakumar, IACC Chairman, Kerala Chapter. So please. Yes, as all the dignitaries are here on the dais, may I request IACC Kerala Vice Chairman, Mr. N. Shambhu Nambudiri, onto the stage, please. Mr. Shambhu Nambudiri was born and brought up in a small village in Ernakulam. Mr. Nambudiri did his graduation at Sri Shankara College of Kaladi in Science. He started his career in 1984 as a sales executive and proved credentials and attitude for business soon. In 1990, he started trading of rubber chemicals independently. Within 5 years, he started manufacturing chemicals in the premises of his own house. And in the next 5 years, he started his second unit, Angamali, to manufacture IP-grade zinc oxide. So let's invite Mr. Shambhu Nambudiri for the welcome address. Once again, with a big round of applause.
Honorable Minister Sri Rajiv, IACC National President Mr. Lalit Basin, IACC Kerala Chairman Dr. Shantakumar, invited guests, other dignitaries on and off the dais, and my dear friends, good evening to all. I extend a warm welcome to everyone present here for our signature program, Kerala America Partnership Summit, KAPS 2023, creating sustainable growth opportunities between the state of Kerala and USA. For this occasion, we have invited our Honorable Minister, Sri P. Rajiv, for Industries, Law and Choir, who was very kind enough to accept our invitation in spite of his busy schedules. As you are aware, he is a well-known parliamentarian, and all of us are proud of his leadership and gracious presence. He was a member of parliament from 2009 to 2015 and has won the Sansad Ratna Award in 2016 for his outstanding contributions to the Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our Honorable Minister, Sri P. Rajiv. Today we have many national leaders from Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, a well-known name in business and social circle. Dr. Lalit Basin is with us today. He is a national president and he will do the presidential address. I am privileged to welcome you, sir. Also, we have with us Executive Vice Chairman IACC, Pankaj Bora and A. Shekhar. I welcome you, sir. Our Chairman, Dr. Shantakumar, needs no introduction among us. As a customary, I welcome you, sir. Today, we are blessed with the presence of Sri Suman Billa IAS, Principal Secretary for Industries Development, who is an apt person to do away the keynote address. I welcome you, sir. We are very happy to note that Ms. Carrie Arun, Principal Commercial Officer, American Consulate General, will talk about ease of doing business with the USA. She will be coming in a virtual platform, and let us welcome Ms. Carrie Arun. We are also honoring few of our top exporters to USA from various sectors in recognition of their achievements by giving Export Excellence Awards. I take this opportunity to congratulate each one of them who will be participating in our panel discussion also. We welcome them. And Mr. Jagangir, Managing Director of SFO Technologies. Dr. Rajamohan Pillai, Chairman, Beta Group. Mr. Thomas John, MD, Agapa Diagnostics. Mr. Abraham Taragan, Chairman, Amalgam Group. Mr. Viju Jacob, Managing Director, Synthite Industries Limited. Mr. Prakash Nambudiri, Commercial Director, AB Mauri, is the Chairman and backbone of these events. I congratulate Mr. Nambudiri for his commendable leadership and efforts to make this event a grand success. I request the gathering to welcome my good friend, Mr. Prakash, by giving a big round of applause. Delegates are definitely the success of any event. I take this opportunity to welcome all the participants present here. Also, I recognize the presence of our past chairman. I welcome all of you once again. And once again, I welcome one and all to have a wonderful evening. We are sure that today we will have something to take away from this meeting. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Shambhu sir. And this evening, why we are here? This will be addressed by one such person who is a practicing chartered accountant having over 40 years of post-qualification experience. He currently serves as managing partner at SKV and Associates in India and SJV and Associates UAE. He is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, passing the exam, securing an All India rank at the age of 22. He is a certified information systems auditor. Furthermore, he holds an MBA majoring in finance, a degree in law, and a PhD in taxation. Yes, let's invite with big round of applause for the theme address, Dr. Shantakumar.
Good evening to all of you. First, let me welcome Mr. Shambhu Nambudiri, who has welcomed all of us. Welcome, Mr. Shambhu Nambudiri. The Honorable Minister for Industries, Mr. V. Rajiv. Mr. Lalit Basin, the President, National President. Mr. Suman Billa, IAS, Secretary Industries. Mr. Pankaj Bora and Mr. Shekhar, National Vice Presidents. And Mr. Kerry Arun, Commercial Officer, American Consul General, Mr. Swati Kulkarni, Consul General, Atlanta, and Mr. Swaminath Ghosh, Consul General, Chicago, all of them appearing virtually. The awardees, Mr. Jahangir, MD, SFO Industries, Mr. Rajmohan Pillai, Chairman, Beta Group, Mr. Viju Jacob, MD, Synthite, Mr. Thomas John, MD, Agape, Mr. Abraham Taragan, MD, Amalgam Group. The panelists for today's discussion, Mr. Harikrishnan, MD, Western Cashew, Mr. Alex Nainan, Chairman, Seafood Association, Mr. Dinesh Thampi, Director, TCS, Mr. Jose Dominic, Chairman, Casino Group, Mr. Vivek Venugopal, representing ABA Group, Mr. Srikumar Morath, Vice President, Sutherlands, Mr. Bhaskar Maladi, Head of Strategy, Agape, Mr. Jayashilan, South Indian President, other members of the Regional Council, my colleague, Mr. Shambhu Nambudiri, Mr. KJ Thomas, Chief Coordinator, Mr. Prakash Nambudiri, C.A. Thomas Joseph, my colleagues and managing committee members, Mr. Kamal, the managing committee, Mr. Sudendran, Mr. Ravindranath, Mr. Kamal Vora, and Sujata Ravishankar, Regional Director, Southern India Regional Members, distinguished guests, delegates. As the chairman of Kerala chapter, I once again welcome and extend a warm welcome to you. This year, this is the first time we are holding an annual summit, and we continue to make it a very annual event every year. Before I go into the theme per se, I would say that the Indo-US relationship has been at its highest level ever since we had Indo-US partnerships. America is one of the countries where we have the largest exports. And during 2021-22, it has touched about $120 billion, which was earlier about $80.51 billion. And this is perhaps the country where we have a trade surplus. And India is having more relationship with the US. And this is very evident from the recent dialogue which Gina Rainbow had with our Commerce Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal. And they said that this meeting has been after a period of 3 years. And this is a very rising significance because between the trade between India and US. Further, India now is holding the presidency of the G20. And on the sidelines of the G20, we are having programs under B20, where business relationship between the two countries are being augmented. And you know that recently that Air India had gone and purchased about 220 aircrafts from America, when the American president himself came on record saying that this will provide a lot of employment to the American people. So that is where the relationship between India and US is going. And IACC is a facilitator for bringing the two countries together in the case of trade and commerce. And you know, our honorable minister has come out of his busy schedule. He has come here, and Kerala government has now come out with a new industrial policy. And through the industrial policies, he has declared the state's vision to achieve an industry-ready ecosystem by 2028 for generating responsible investments, fostering innovation, and across the sectors. The policy takes a comprehensive view of the industrial growth in the state by attracting investments, innovative ideas, and there are 7 focus areas in the industrial policy, that is fostering entrepreneurship, enabling infrastructure, being high-tech, building futuristic skills, then supportive business environment, enhancing Kerala brand equity, building sectoral ecosystem. So on one side, America-India relationship is going, the business is developing. Other side, our state government is gearing itself for bringing and attracting more industries. So we thought that this is appropriate time to hold a seminar, and I cannot explain it more better than by borrowing from Victor Hugo, who said there is nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come. Friends, the national theme of the IACC is creating sustainable growth opportunities. So by this program, we are giving a leg to that program so that we can walk the talk and make it practical. The participation of the Honorable Minister for Industry, the Secretary Industries, and people from the American Consulate, and the Board of Directors from IACC all show that this program is being taken very seriously, both by the government of Kerala and by the US and by the Indo-American Chamber. The agenda of the summit is designed to achieve several objectives, including strengthening trade and investment, ties between Kerala and USA, unlocking new growth opportunities, sharing best practices, recognition of the best exporters of the USA, and networking opportunities. Through this summit, we aim to foster deeper understanding of the potential for sustainable growth and development that can be achieved through collaboration between Kerala and the USA. We believe that summit will provide unique opportunity for leaders for both regions to share their perspectives, exchange ideas, establish partnership that can lead to sustainable growth. Friends, we are confident that the summit will serve as a platform for unlocking new opportunities for trade and investment, as well as recognizing achievements for outstanding exporters. Furthermore, sharing of best practices and network opportunities will facilitate exchange of ideas. So in conclusion, I extend my warmest welcome once for all of you, and I'm sure that you will be actively participate in the Kerala America Partnership Summit organized by IACC Kerala, let us work together for creating a sustainable future for the benefit of all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope everyone can see me. ഞാൻ വേറൊരു ലൊക്കേഷനിൽ ട്രാൻസ്ഫർ ആയിട്ടുണ്ട്. Thank you. Yes, and we are going to witness one of the very graceful moments of the day, and that is nothing other than the lamp lighting ceremony. And I request all the dignitaries to please proceed towards the lamp, and we will invoke the blessings of Almighty by lighting the lamp, by lighting the peace, by lighting lots of happiness and victory to KAPS, organized by IACC. Yes. Aradhanaya Mandri Sri P. Rajiv. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ Mr. Suman Billa, Dr. Lalit Basan, Mr. Pankaj Bohra, Mr. A. Shekhar, Dr. Shantakumar, എല്ലാ വിശിഷ്ടാതിഥികളും ചേർന്ന് ഈ സായാഹ്നത്തെ ധന്യമാക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഭദ്രദീപം തെളിയിച്ച് ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാം വിജയകരമായി മുന്നോട്ട് നീക്കുവാൻ വേണ്ടി ഒന്നിച്ച് പ്രയത്നത്തിന്റെ ഭാഗമാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ ഭദ്രദീപം തെളിയിക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. And according to the Indian culture, we all know we start off everything by spreading the light. Everyone, please be seated. And we have just witnessed one of the very graceful moments of the day. Yes. And now, I have been instructed to stand here. It's not my choice. Yeah, okay, fine. I'm happy standing here only but I am being instructed to stand there. That's why. Thank you. Yes. Next one is the presidential address. And for the presidential address, I would like to invite such a personality who has started his law practice in 1962 and has developed Basin and Company as one of the largest law firms in North India. His areas of specialization include employment and labor laws, corporate law, laws relating to information technology, contract and conveyancing, constitutional law, banking and finance, consumer protection laws, disputes relating to foreign investment, example, shareholders agreement, collaboration agreements, agency and distribution agreements, technology transfer agreements, and dispute resolution practice. Let's invite with big round of applause, the National President of IACC, Dr. Lalit Basan.
Dignitaries on and off the dais, my dear friends. I have a very hectic schedule today. I have to join with the CM at Angamali for a public meeting at 5 o'clock after attending a meeting at Elur. That is the situation. That is why I am bypassed and avoiding the hang gates explanation and other deliberations. Indeed, it is a privilege for me to be here with you to participating in this event organized by Indo-American Chamber of Commerce and discussing a very interesting theme, that is creating sustainable growth opportunities. Today, Honorable Chief Minister now declared the next year as a year of enterprises 2.0. That is a continuation of the last financial year's program. Last finance, we had described that the last financial year as a year of enterprises. Our objective is to accomplish 1 lakh enterprises in a financial year. And we could accomplish that goal within 245 days. The annual average registration of MSMEs in the state of Kerala was 10,000. And last year, this financial year, we could achieve the goal in 245 days. The last statistics is within the last financial year, 1,34,000 new MSMEs have been registered in the state of Kerala with an employment of more than 3 lakh and with an investment of 8,000 crore rupees. Now, we have decided to scaling up selected 1,000 MSMEs to an average turnover of up to 10 crore rupees. That is a cumulative turnover of 1,000 MSMEs is up to 1 lakh crore rupees. That is our objective in the next financial year. That is Mission 1,000. That was also declared by the Honorable Chief Minister in the today's morning meeting. We have taken several steps to strengthen the ecosystem to attract more investment to the state of Kerala and to create more employment opportunities. And the senior bureaucrat who is leading all these activities, Mr. Suman Billa, IACC, is with us here today, and he will explain all the steps taken by the government in this direction. The first year of this government, we have taken several legislative steps. Now in state of Kerala, anybody can establish an industry if the investment is up to 50 crores of rupees, that is come under the definition of the MSMEs without any licenses up to 3 years. And if the investment is above 50 crores rupees, that is non-MSME industries, we should give the composite licenses within 7 days after submitting the application with all relevant documents. The law was passed by the Legislative Assembly in the last year. And also we have established a statutory grievance redress mechanism. If anybody has grievances with regard to the services to establish an industry or run an industry, they can approach this statutory grievance redress mechanism. This mechanism has the powers on all departments. Actually, I am the Minister for Industries, but I have no power to give any licenses to any industries in the state of Kerala. The powers with the LST and the Health Department, Fire Department, other ministries. I have no power to give a single licenses to any industries, whether it is MSME or non-MSMEs. But this statutory grievance redress mechanism has the power to all departments. They should clear these grievances within 30 days. And the officer, with irrespective of the departments with regard to, should implement this decision within 15 days. The failure of a single day, he has to pay a fine of ₹250. This is first time the Legislative Assembly has passed the law to penalizing the bureaucracy of the state. That is the statutory grievance redress mechanism. And this new industrial policy, which is mentioned by the president of the meeting, we have identified 22 priority areas. Our principal secretary, I hope he will explain the significant features of the new industrial policy of the state of Kerala. I would not like to take more time. I hope more support from this Chamber of Commerce to attract more investment to the state of Kerala. And our motto is almost same to your theme, that is RIRI, Responsible Investment, Responsible Industries. It's more similar to your theme. I hope more support from you. By this way, I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to this grand program. Thank you. Thank you very much.
ബഹുമാന്യായ മന്ത്രി ശ്രീ രാജീവിന്റെ അടുത്ത് ഒരു അഭ്യർത്ഥനയുണ്ട്. നമുക്ക് കുറച്ച് അവാർഡ്സ് ഉണ്ട്, എക്സ്പോർട്ട് എക്സലൻസ് അവാർഡ്സ്. ഒരു 4-5 അവാർഡുകൾ മാത്രമല്ല, അതും കൂടെ കൊടുക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു സമയം ഉണ്ടാവണമെന്ന് അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുകയാണ്. അതെ, ഓരോരുത്തർ, അതായത് എക്സ്പോർട്ട് എക്സലൻസ് അവാർഡ്സ് നേടിയിരിക്കുന്നത് 5 പേരാണ്. ആൻഡ് ഐ വുഡ് ലൈക്ക് ടു ഇൻവൈറ്റ് ഈച്ച് വൺ ഓൺ ടു ദ സ്റ്റേജ് പ്ലീസ്. ഫസ്റ്റ്, വിത്ത് എ ബിഗ് റൗണ്ട് ഓഫ് അപ്ലോസ്, ലെറ്റ്സ് ഇൻവൈറ്റ് Dr. J. Rajmohan Pillai. Dr. J. Rajmohan Pillai, the chairman of Beta Group. He is a multi pasted personality and is known for his accomplishments both in his business domain as well as in his leisure time pursuits. He is a renowned social activist, writer, tennis player, yoga guru, and Kalaripayattu practitioner. Let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Raj Mohan Pillai, who received Export Excellence Award. And now, yes, once again, congratulations. And now I would like to invite onto the stage Dr. Viju Jacob, MD, Synthite Industries. Dr. Verghese Jacob, popularly known as Viju Jacob, joined his father's business in 1984, and with his 38 years experience in the spice industry, today he is the torchbearer of India, representing Indian spice industry. Yes, we may have a big round of applause for Dr. Viju Jacob. And now let's invite onto the stage Mr. Thomas John, MD, Agape Diagnostics. Mr. Thomas John is the Managing Director of Agape Diagnostics Limited. He had completed his engineering in EC from Mangalore University. After acquiring his engineering, he joined MBA from Wellington Institute, Mumbai. He has also attended an executive training course from Harvard University, Mumbai in 2011. He started his career as production engineer in equipment production with MS Transia Biomedicals Limited, Mumbai. Let's have a big round of applause for Mr. Thomas John. Congratulations. And now let's invite onto the stage Mr. Jahangir, MD, SFO Technologies. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് എത്താൻ സാധിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് വേണ്ടി അവാർഡ് സ്വീകരിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി വേദിയിലേക്ക് ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നു മിസ്റ്റർ തോമസ് എബ്രഹാം, Senior Vice President, SFO Technologies. Mr. Jahangir serves as a Vice Chairman and MD of Nest Group of Companies, a device-wide conglomerate with investments in technology, education, food, and beverage. Yes, congratulations, sir. And now, let's invite again Mr. Abraham Taragan. He is the chairman, Amalgam Group, and on behalf of him, I would like to invite Mr. S.P. Kamath, Executive Director, Amalgam, to receive the award from the Minister, Mr. Abraham J. Taragan, promoter of Amalgam Group of Companies, which has been in existence for over 40 years. And he's the chairman of Amalgam Group of Companies with an annual turnover of rupees 500 crores. Let's have a big round of applause for Mr. Abraham J. Taragan. And ഇത്രയും നേരം നമ്മളോട് കൂടി സമയം ചെലവഴിച്ച ഒരുപാട് തിരക്കുകൾ പോലും നമ്മളോട് കൂടി ഇവിടെ സമയം ചെലവഴിച്ച ഈ സായാഹ്നത്തെ കൂടുതൽ മഹോത്തരമാക്കിയ നമ്മുടെ എല്ലാം വളരെയധികം പ്രിയപ്പെട്ട നമ്മൾ ഒരുപാട് ബഹുമാനത്തോടു കൂടി കാണുന്ന ആരാധനായ നിയമവകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രി ശ്രീ പി രാജീവ്, അദ്ദേഹം ഇപ്പോൾ തൽക്കാലത്തേക്ക് വിട പറയുകയാണ്. വീണ്ടും IACCയുടെ ഇവന്റ്സ് ഒക്കെ വരുമ്പോൾ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നമ്മൾ ക്ഷണിക്കും, അദ്ദേഹം വരികയും ചെയ്യും എന്നുള്ള പ്രതീക്ഷയോടുകൂടി അടുത്ത കാര്യപരിപാടിയിലേക്ക് കടക്കുകയാണ്. ആൻഡ് സോ നമ്മൾ പ്രസിഡൻഷ്യൽ അഡ്രസ്സിൽ നിന്നാണ് പെട്ടെന്ന് ജമ്പ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ബാക്കിയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളിലേക്കൊക്കെ പോയത്. ആൻഡ് പ്രസിഡൻഷ്യൽ അഡ്രസ്സിലേക്ക് തന്നെ തിരിച്ചു വരികയാണ്. ആൻഡ് ഫോർ ദിസ് ഐ വുഡ് ലൈക്ക് ടു ഇൻവൈറ്റ് IACC നാഷണൽ പ്രസിഡന്റ് ഡോക്ടർ ലളിത് ബസെ. Let's give him a big round of applause, dear ladies and gentlemen.
The theme is KAPS. I would, since I'm a lawyer, I would interpret KAPS to mean to capture. So KAPS has been initiated by Kerala branch in order to capture the US market and to enable the US states to come to Kerala to make their investments wherever required. It's a brilliant initiative. I love coming to Kochi, but not as a tourist. I've been coming here for the last 2-3 decades, but in my position as a lawyer. I have had very close relationship with Honorable Justice Krishna Iyer. Our relationship started, you see, when I used to appear before him in the Supreme Court of India. And after his retirement, we were in constant touch with each other, how to strengthen the system of legal and justice administration in India. Other person for whom I had been coming here and who was responsible for my visit to the law school was my very dear friend, Professor Madhav Menon. So these two legal luminaries, the jurists, and some of the greatest names in the legal profession, they were responsible for bringing me here. As since I had the Bar Association of India as its president, the Society of Indian Law Firms as its president, and also the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, now very much talk of the town. But this honor of being National President of Indo-American Chamber of Commerce has been bestowed by me, by the entire membership of Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. We have nearly 1,700 members, and we have a system in place how to elect the presidents on rotational basis from different regions. So as I said, it is a great opportunity for me to be here, not on a visit as a lawyer, but for the first time as a part of one of the renowned the chambers of commerce, the only bilateral chambers of commerce for trade and economic cooperation in between India and the United States. My compliments to Dr. Shanta Kumar, Chairman of IACC's Kerala branch, and also importantly to Mr. Jayasilan, IACC Southern Region President, for organizing this excellent and topical event that would highlight the strength of the state of Kerala. I'm also happy to welcome IACC's Vice Presidents, my colleagues, Mr. Pankaj Bora and Mr. A. Shekhar. I acknowledge the presence of many members of the Board of Directors of Indo-American Chamber of Commerce who have assembled here to attend not only this important event, but also to attend tomorrow's board meeting to be held tomorrow. My special gratitude to the Honorable Minister who just departed after delivering a brilliant address on the economic policies, on the new initiatives being taken by the Kerala government. I have had the privilege of knowing the Honorable Chief Minister of this state as a result of my various visits, you see, to Kochi and to the Kerala High Court. I also welcome Mr. Suman Billa. You see, bureaucrats are the permanent fixtures. We people as office bearers of chambers of commerce keep on going, coming. Ministers also keep on coming and going, changing of portfolios. But bureaucracy is the permanent fixture, and that ensures continuity of action, continuity of policies which have been put in place. And as the Honorable Minister said, Mr. Suman Billa is one of the most not only efficient, but a brilliant bureaucrat of the country, not just of Kerala. I also noticed that US government is also represented in this event. They'll be participating virtually. That is Ms. Judith Raven, the Consul General, and Ms. Carrie Arun, the Principal Commercial Officer, along with our own Consul General in Atlanta, Ms. Swati Kulkarni, and Mr. Somnath Ghosh, Consul General, our Consul General in Chicago. Much has already been said by Dr. Shanta Kumar about the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. As I said, we have about 1,700 members all over the country. We have formed national committees focusing on noteworthy sectors like BFSI, climate change, ease of doing business, education, entertainment, healthcare, innovation and technologies, IT and ITES, and digital technology, services sector, women empowerment, and manufacturing sector. We must place on record our deep appreciation of our own setup, that is our own secretariat headed by a very competent leader of the secretariat, Mr. Kamal Vora, who is our Secretary General, and the Southern region very ably and in a very systematic way represented by Sujata here. She's a source of great support to the activities of Chamber, not only in this entire Southern region, but all over the country. So I look forward to the panel discussion later on. There are expert speakers and eminent personalities. My congratulations and best wishes for the top exporters to the USA from various sectors who have been honored. Some of them will still are yet to be honored. I see so many of those mementos there being presented. But I think it is because of your efforts, you are the actual leaders of the chamber. We are only in name. You promote, you see, not only what we strive to achieve, but you do a great service to the country, to the economy of the country by in engaging in not only manufacturing, but also export of services to different countries. So I'm looking forward to a fantastic 2023, and I'm grateful for your cooperation. I see a large number of participants here today, this afternoon, and my thanks to all of you for supporting this event, a brilliant initiative of the Kerala branch and the Southern region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Now we shall move to the keynote address, and it will be done by Mr. Suman Billa, IAS Secretary Industries, Government of Kerala. And let me tell about him. ചെറിയൊരു description അദ്ദേഹത്തിനെ കുറിച്ച് ഞാനും കൂടെ പറയാണ്. ഇവിടെ ഒരുപാട് പേര് വാതോരാതെ അദ്ദേഹത്തെ പറ്റി പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞു. He has got educated at Madras Christian College, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and the London School of Economics. Suman Billa belongs to the 1996 batch of Indian Administrative Service from the Kerala cadre. He is currently posted as Principal Secretary, Industries and Non-Resident Kerala Affairs in Government of Kerala. Prior to this assignment, he was Director, Technical Corporation and Silk Road at the United Nations World Tourism Organization in Madrid, Spain. Among the other positions he had held are Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, Secretary, Kerala Tourism, Commissioner, Commercial Taxes, Secretary, Food and Civil Supplies, District Collector, Palghat, and Director, Kerala Tourism. He has also served as Private Secretary to the Ministers of State in the Ministries of External Affairs and Defense. With big round of applause, let's invite Mr. Suman Billa. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you, Mr. Basin, Mr. Santakumar, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I'm indeed delighted to be here today and to note that Kerala has an engagement with the United States and that we are focused on the opportunities that the United States offers for our state. India and the US are natural allies, and that is something that we have known for several years now, and that spreads across geostrategic, business, trade, industry, tourism, several sectors. And I think the fit could not have been better than it is at this present moment. I've had an opportunity when I was Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Tourism in the Government of India to lead an engagement where we had established the Indo-American Chamber for Tourism, where we got together the big businesses from the US and put them along with the big businesses in India. And then so that they both work together, and we were able to work along easing several of the visa restrictions and travel restrictions that were then in place between India and the US. And which is why I say that we stand as natural allies. And I think the time now is particularly propitious because the current geopolitical situation is forcing the realignment of global supply chains. So a lot of things that were taken for granted and how we thought trade would be done and how we thought investments would flow is actually undergoing a radical change, with several countries and most notably the US looking at a China plus one strategy to de-risk itself in the light of how the developments are happening. This is a big opportunity for India, and this is also a very big opportunity for Kerala. Now, to tell you a little bit about how Kerala is suited to break into this opportunity, a good starting point to speak about would be the new industrial policy that has just been cleared by the cabinet about 10 days ago. Now, when I started work on this industrial policy, we started from the premise that we understand that there are three problems that Kerala faces. One is high cost of land, high cost of labor, and a very fragile environment. Now, what this means is that we should play to our strength. And Kerala's biggest strength is the manpower today, which powers several economies all across the world. And therefore, we need to look at how to leverage this manpower and get into industries where we can do exceptionally well. Kerala's affinity to science is well known. I'm not sure how many of you know that against a national average of about 26% who take to sciences in their collegiate education, Kerala is almost double at close to 51, 52%. So our propensity towards science and and therefore towards technology is very strong. So therefore, the idea is that considering that you have, if you consider these three things of a fragile environment, high cost of land and labor, there is really no virtue in Kerala trying to do industry which is land intensive, which is labor intensive, and which is ecologically, environmentally damaging. There is no virtue in Kerala trying to pursue an industry that other states can do at half the cost and twice the scale. And therefore, the focus has been on finding niches where Kerala can do well, where its manpower can excel, and focus on the industries of tomorrow and the day after, how we can take an early position on those industries so that we are able to reap the rewards as we go along. So we have identified 22 sectors which are very focused, and all of our subsidies, investments, etc., are going to be, incentives are going to be linked to these sectors. So amongst the sectors that you will see is that it is a combination of industries for tomorrow and a combination of industries where Kerala already has a strong suit. So you will see from amongst the traditional industry, you will see Ayurveda, you will see food processing, where already Kerala does exceptionally well. Amongst the industries of tomorrow, you will see graphene, space, aerospace, nano, biotechnology, this green agriculture, which is, hydroponics and all of those. So if you look at those 22 sectors, you will see that most of them are actually looking at areas where we can do well. Medical devices is one, 3D printing. So there's a whole host of them which we have identified, and all of our subsidies and incentives have actually been linked to these sectors, because we think that these sectors have the potential to launch us into the next level of industrialization. Now, one of the things that people do not realize when they speak about Kerala's labor is that they say the cost of labor is high cost, but today's industry requires a different kind of labor. If you talk about blue collar labor, Kerala is indeed high cost and perhaps recalcitrant. But if you speak about white collar labor, Kerala is perhaps the best place where you can get a highly trained manpower at a fraction of the cost. And the most important thing is the stickiness of talent. Tata Elxsi as most of you know, is one of the largest entities that is there in India. Several years ago, they had about 10% of their workforce which used to operate out of its office in Trivandrum. Today, over 50% of their workforce operates out of Trivandrum. And the reason why they think that works, and they're expanding, they've actually placed an order on building an entire new building in the Kinfra Park for their use. And the reason why they think that it makes capital sense is that people, when they come and take up a job in Kerala, they almost become lifers. They say in places like Bangalore, in Chennai and Hyderabad, every 2 years, every 3 years, when they get a better offer, there is a propensity for them to change jobs. So that is the kind of a thing that Kerala offers. So some of the things that we have done, we've looked at medical devices. We thought that maybe there were 5 firms which do medical devices in Kerala. That was what we knew. But when we did a survey, we found that there were 22 firms which were doing, and most of them were producing very high quality medical devices. And most of these are for an export oriented market. So that is the opportunity that there is. So 3D printing, again, there are those who are coming in, who are bringing in resin. Some of it is manufactured locally. Some of it is imported from abroad, but they're putting together products that are world class. So I think this is our opportunity to leapfrog into the future. So admittedly, these sectors do not create jobs on a size and scale to fulfill our problem of unemployment. And therefore, you need to address the problem of unemployment from another level, which is essentially through the MSMEs, and which is the initiative that the Honorable Minister spoke about, where we started and said, let us set up 1 lakh MSMEs in Kerala in one financial year. And we've reached 1,35,000 in the last fiscal. So the idea is, how do we make household industry? How do we make small scale industry? How do we put together the capital that there is in Kerala to good productive use? As most of you know, and as Secretary of NORCA, Non-Resident Keralites Affairs, one of the first things that I looked at was to see as to what the contribution of the non-resident Keralites was. And one of the things that I realized was that there is 2,45,000 crores of rupees, which is deposited in the banks of Kerala by non-resident Keralites, which sits here. And the second corollary to that you need to see is, what is the credit deposit ratio? That is, how much money have people put into the banks and how much money have they taken out as loan? And that was struggling at about 55, 58%. Now we've been able to move it to about 65% because of this MSME push. And if you look at our neighboring states of Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, their credit deposit ratio is close to 130, 135%. What this basically means is that there is a lot of capital which is flowing into Kerala because of our expatriate population that is sitting in the banks here, but we are not able to create avenues for productive economic deployment of this capital. And most of this money is going to fuel the industrial resurgence of our neighboring states. So we need to reverse this story. We need to get industry back into Kerala. We need to do things that we can be good at and where we can excel and where we can be world leaders. But that is not going to come as a matter of course. We will have to do several things. We have to create a trained manpower. As most of you know, if you look at Ireland, 20 years ago, it was amongst the poorest nations in Europe. Today, most of the big tech firms are headquartered there. And the reason why they do that is that they have taken a very strategic position with their education. Not many of you know that Ireland has been offering a 3-year course in blockchain technology for the past 7 or 8 years. And there are several people who are passing out. That is the kind of an early position you need to take. Should blockchain technology break through and go up on scale, it is anybody's guess as to where these companies are going to be located, because companies will flock to places where there is talent. And that is why the biggest office that Google has outside of the US is in Ireland. So is the case with Facebook. So that is the position that we need to take. We need to look at what are the industries that we have a competitive advantage. How do we train our students to be ready for the jobs as they complete their courses to be able to hit the deck running. One of the feedback that we get from industries is that the Kerala students are very bright, but very little practical experience because the education tends to be very theoretical. So we need to change that. We need to get our youngsters to be more prepared to hit the road running when they are able to get into these jobs. The other thing that we are also trying to do is how do we create a niche? How do we create a position for Kerala's products on a global marketplace? We all know that e-commerce is up and that is going to redefine the way a whole lot of marketing will happen. Today, its level of penetration is probably at 15 to 20%, but we know that that will rapidly change to about 50 to 60% in no time. So we need to create a unique selling proposition for our products, and which is why one of the programs that we're going to be having 2 weeks from now that the Honorable Chief Minister will be launching is going to be called the Made in Kerala Products Program. What Made in Kerala means is two things. One is if there is a product which is certified as Made in Kerala, it means that it meets the prescribed quality standards that the product is expected to have. So you can buy it with peace of mind. The second and the more important thing that it denotes is that it has been produced in the most ethical way, without using child labor, with sensitivity to gender balance in workforce allocation, without harming nature. So these are the two pillars on which the Made in Kerala product rests. And all things being equal, it is, well, you and me will always choose a product that has been made ethically, that represents the common good for all of us as human beings. And therefore, the Made in Kerala is going to be launched, and we think that this is going to give us a big leg up on e-commerce sites, not only within the country, but even when we market these products abroad in different markets, we think that this is something that's going to stand us in good stead. And I'm delighted to note that there are several exporters amongst us today who have done an exceptional work. Kerala has a very innate advantage with oleoresins. We command over 30% of the global market in oleoresins, in spice, in seafood. There are several areas where we do well. And I think in all of it that we do, we also need to try to create market access for the smaller players to be able to sell their products in the most premium segment that there is. So there are several initiatives that are anvil of the state government. And I think the time for us is really to put on that thinking cap, to look at it from the perspective of what Kerala can do to integrate itself better into the US economy. What are the areas that we can look at? What are the areas that hold potential? Where is the shoe pinching? What are the bottlenecks that our entrepreneurs face, that our exporters face? And we need to look at how to address those so that we are able to take this engagement to the next level. And I think as the chamber and as the designated people to be leading this engagement, I urge all of you to look at it. I'm happy to come back along with my Department of Industries and KSIDC to do a brainstorming session with you on what we can do to remove the pain points that are there between an engagement between India and the US, and as to how we can identify opportunities to take it to the next level. I thank you all for a patient hearing. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Before moving on to the next step, I would like to share with you the sponsors who are the pillars behind this successful event. We have here gold sponsors, SFO Technologies, Federal Bank, KSIDC, that is Kerala State Industrial Development Corporation, Synthite Industries. Silver sponsors, Western Cashew. Yes. May we have a big round of applause to the sponsors, please? Thank you. And now, it's a session about ease of doing business with USA and Select USA, and it will be done virtually by Ms. Carrie Arun, Principal Commercial Officer, American Consulate General. And may I request all the dignitaries to occupy the seats in the sofa, please, so that you all can watch it sitting on the sofa, and AV will be played on the LED screen here. Carrie has served as a commercial officer since 2017. She's responsible for bilateral commercial affairs between Southern India and the US. She has served in Mexico, Washington, D.C., and Baltimore, where she assisted US business to overcome trade barriers, identify market potential, and facilitated commercial diplomacy in order to export their products and service overseas, both to foreign governments and commercial clients. Yes. Let's have a big round of applause to Cassie Arun, where she's in the remote location and will be speaking with us this beautiful evening. Yes, welcome, Ms. Carriero.
Hi, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah, great. Hi. I'm coming to you live from the U.S. Consulate General in Chennai this afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing me to join with you remotely, and apologies that I wasn't able to be there in advance. First, I would just like to take a moment to thank the ICC Kerala Vice Chair, Mr. Nambuduri, IACC Kerala Chair, Dr. Santakumar, IACC National President, Dr. Bashan, for having me here today jointly. And special thanks to allowing me to join, and also speaking from Mr. Suman Bular, the IS Secretary of Industries, Government of Kerala. Again, apologies for not being there in person and meeting you in person. And then also the Honorable Industries Minister, Mr. P. Ranjiv. So thank you again for having me. As it was mentioned, I'm Kiri Arun. I'm the Principal Commercial Officer for South India. I work here out of the Consulate General in Chennai. I have two teams, one based in Chennai and one based in Bangalore. And we are working with Indian business just like yours in all three states that we cover, in Kerala, Karnataka, and Tamil Nadu, to help you gain access to US companies, products, and services. We work with a lot of IACC members that are authorized distributors, agents, wholesalers of US products and technology to distribute that across the region, not only in South India, but in all of India. In addition, we work with many companies to promote their potential investment in the US. So if you'd like to become a supplier, agent, distributor, partner with a US company for work in India, we can do that. The best way for you to do that is to connect with my team. Sham Shamshuddin is also on the line, and Sujata has his information and will share it. But if you are interested in working with US companies here in India, if you let us know what segment or sector and vertical you're looking to work in, we can then work to connect you potentially with US companies that are looking to enter the Indian market. On the flip side, we work with Indian companies that are looking to work in the United States market. We mostly do this through our Select USA program. That is our foreign direct investment arm of the US government. We work with companies looking to open up operations in the United States, generally greenfield, but we're interested in any sort of investment operation in the US, if that's acquisition or greenfield. We will work with you and get you access to resources through our team here in Chennai to support you in that investment. Our programs through Select USA really range. They are industry agnostic and size of investment agnostic. So big or small, we're happy to work with you. But from the basics of just how do you set up a business in the United States, to if you have questions related to visas or immigration, running the full gamut of if you need assistance from translation or legal providers, to connecting you with local economic development authorities in the US, as well as trying to identify potential locations for your company to go, or identify supply chain clusters where you might fit in the US. So we do all of this through our counseling and assistance. We'll work with your company and get you access to data that we have available. It's publicly available on our website, but we have a cluster mapping tool that looks at a number of different factors, including supply chain locations, be close to your customer. We have tools and assistance that'll help you identify where the right labor mix or industry factors are relevant for you're looking to go to the United States. We also have a database of incentives at the state level that make it easy for you to understand what each individual state is offering if you are looking to set up in the US. The United States is pretty similar to India in that regard. When you are looking to invest in a particular area in the US, the majority of the incentives are done at the state, county, or city level. So it's not on a local basis, just like here in India. And so that could be a little bit daunting because there are over 50 jurisdictions in the United States that are states, not including our territories. And so once we get to know a little bit about you and a little bit about what the move is that you're trying to make in the US, then we can help make introductions to those local state economic development authorities, who then can go through with you the specifics of the different types of programs and or assistance that they have. It could be incentives, it could be tax breaks, or it could be grants for something like workforce development or facility space. So in addition to making these connections for you, every year we hold an annual investors summit. This year, it's going to be May 1 through 4, just outside of Washington, D.C. in National Harbor, Maryland. That is in less than 3 weeks. We have a delegation of almost 200 Indian executives going with us to the United States to visit the Select USA Summit. It will be a big trade conference that will have sessions on investing in the United States, as well as overviews of the investment climate and investment in different industry segments, as well as just general how-tos. And then in addition, every individual state will be exhibiting, and they'll have representatives from their state economic development offices there to meet with you and speak with you individually about your particular plans. There is a few more seats open for registration. If this is the first time that you're hearing about the summit and you think you might be interested in joining us in May, please reach out to Shyam and myself. You can do that through Sujata or the larger IACC team. Reach out to us and we'll see if we can finagle a seat for you on the delegation. But in general, if you are thinking about investing in the United States, the summit is a great place to start. If you can't join us for the summit this year, that's totally understandable. We hope that you consider it for the future. But in addition, please don't hesitate to reach out to us to talk about potentially investing in the United States or expanding an existing investment that you have in the US. We're here. We'd like to know what you're looking to do in the US, and we'd like to help you however we can. So please don't be a stranger. The last thing I will mention is that we work very closely with all of the IACC chapters across South India. We try to refer US companies to them if there's something that we're not able to provide in the way of assistance. And we work very closely with all 3 chapters to facilitate, when we can, your activities both here in India and in the United States, including IACC's missions to the US. So if we can ever be assistance as you look to partner with a US company or possibly consider what you're expanding, what you're doing here to the US, please don't hesitate to contact us. With that, thank you so much. It's a pleasure being here. And again, apologies that I wasn't able to join you in person. Thank you so much.
Dear all, if you have any questions or doubts or anything, any queries, please feel free to ask. Thank you, Ms. Carey, for being part of such a great event, and thanks for spending time. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me today.
Thank you. Big round of applause, please. And now is the time for the panel discussions. As you all know, we have 2 panel discussions here. One is the business opportunities with the USA manufacturing sectors, and another is business opportunities with the USA service sector. So let's move on to the panel discussion number 1, and that is the business opportunities with the USA manufacturing sectors. And for this, I would like to invite Panel Chairman, Mr. Prakash Nambudri, Commercial Director, A.B. Mauri, onto the dais, please. And also with him, the speakers I would like to announce, I would like to invite onto the stage are Mr. Hari Krishnan, MD Western Cashew, Mr. Viju Jacob, MD Synthite Industries, Mr. Alex Ninan, President Seafood Exporters Association, Mr. Thomas Abraham, Senior Vice President, SFO Technologies. Yes, inviting all of you onto the dais, please. Mr. Hari Krishnan Nair, he is a promoter and director and is a recognized expert in cashew processing and trade, well known for his technical contributions to the international industry. And Mr. Viju Jacob, he already received the award, Export Excellence Award. We already and Mr. Alex Dainan, he's a partner of Baby Marine Group, a family-owned business based in Kerala, and he's the president of Seafood Exporters Association of India, Kerala chapter. He's the Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. Besides, he also has held and holds the following posts: member of Research Council, Kerala University, former governing council member of the Kerala University of Fisheries and Ocean Studies, nominated by Government of Kerala, Regional Advisory Committee member of Customs and Central Excise, member of Permanent Trade Facilitation Committee of Cochin Customs, and so on. And Mr. Thomas Abraham, he's alumnus of Sri Jayachandra College of Engineering, Mysore, and Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode. He's a highly self-motivated and accomplished professional, having held several senior leadership roles covering various phases of organizational functions, including corporate strategy, business development, marketing, customer support, supply chain, manufacturing operations, software BU head, and joint venture management in his 40 years of high-profile career. So once again, big round of applause for all those careers and the panel chairman, Mr. Prakash Nambudri. We will move on to the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have had a very good day so far. Let me first of all, she has thanked the sponsors. Let me once again take the opportunity to thank the sponsors. We have a couple of them here itself. Thank you very much, Synthite Industries, SJS Avenue. They are specifically sponsoring our dinner tonight. We have KSIDC, we have Federal Bank, and we have the next group of technology. They are also here. SFO is also here. I am sitting beside very eminent group of panelists, so let me see how to handle this panel. But being moderator, one of the easiest jobs here, I'll just put on to the questions to you. Mr. Suman Billa had a very interesting talk, and he gave very nice picture of what Kerala is poised to go into and what India is looking into. Similar to what Make in India program we have been hearing for past few years, especially since Prime Minister Modi has come in. He spoke about Make in Kerala, which is in progress, and that I'm sure that will bring in a lot of confidence in the exporters community and also the business community here in the state. Since formation in 1956, you all know Kerala Piravi, 1956, Kerala has been technically primarily an agrarian economy. But over decades, it has completely changed. We are going into a more service-driven industry, and now Kerala has made its own mark in the export segment in Kerala and in India. And also Kerala has significant stake in the GDP of the country, because a lot of foreign exchange comes through India, not primarily due to manufacturing, because we have a lot of people in the Middle East. That is also one of the reasons a lot of people settle abroad, from which a lot of forex flows in. But presently, the state economy is fueled by a lot of channels, IT, export sector. Export sector is one of the primary areas which garners a lot of foreign exchange. And we have few people over here from the sectors who are the prominent recipients of foreign exchange, either through exports, and they have also invested. Few of the companies here have also invested abroad. So let me start by getting into the panel questions. I think we have probably around 20 odd minutes, so I might have time to ask 2 questions each. So I'll go one by one, and you could answer the question directed to you. The first one is to you, Dr. Viju. USA has been traditionally being known as the land of opportunities for almost a century. I think, can you get one more mic over here, please, for this side? And would you throw some light into the changing scenario right now across the globe? And how do you foresee the global opportunities, say, from few decades from now?
Good evening to all. Since started its journey of business, first business was started from US. So US is always a focus point for us where Sindhite is concerned. And today, I would say that US is in a growing situation, but due to a couple of things, the Indian government is also supporting us to in different ways to go into US to put up facilities, and because of the trade between US and India. And at the same time, US is always supportive to give all sort of facilities for us to make factories or offices in a very short time.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll have the next one to Hari. Before that, it is said that Kerala has potential to achieve an export target of close to 4 trillion in the next couple of years. 4 trillion INR, okay, not in USD. I saw Radmohan looking at like this. Yeah, and INR. So while the important sectors will continue to grow, what we need to see, and what Mr. Billa said, we also need to look at new sectors where growth can happen. Now, so I'll come back to you, Hari. He's the king, wonder nut of the world, cashew. So cashew nut preference is rising among the vegan diet, encouraging for protein-rich nut and nut-infused foods in the coming years. Considering that there was a lull in the exports of cashew for the last couple of years, what do you see is changing? What do you see the export market for cashew looks like?
Yeah, my family has been in cashews since 1932, so it's the 91st year of business. I got into the industry in the 1990s. Okay, at that time, cashews was considered to be a very different from what you're just saying. I mean, it was considered to be high in fat. People used to think that eating cashews would give you everything from heart disease to probably cancer or anything else. Things changed sometime in the 2000s, mid 2000s, and suddenly the fats in cashews are good fats and all that, and the proteins, and you're talking about now the micronutrients which are there, which make it very healthy for various reasons. Djokovic, for example, has a cashew butter as his daily diet, as part of his daily diet. So, and Kelly Holmes, a 400 double gold medalist at the London Olympics at the age of 40, she said that her secret, a little secret, was cashews. So there's a lot of good things which have come, in terms of the health benefits of cashews, but it's not just health. Finally, it's also the taste and and the other benefits which go with cashews. So, as Mr. Suman Billa was saying, what got us here is not what's going to get us there. So, if the business at one time was, cheap labor, that is what the business used to be based on. But today, I think it is more based, if Kerala wants to go ahead, if we in Kerala, for example, want to go ahead, we need to look at what Kerala has today. And that is, very different from what we had many years ago. So what we have done is we have, in the US, we set up a company in the US. We started going directly to, to the large manufacturers there first, went beyond that to the retailers, and then we established a brand there, Karma Nuts, which is, which has been part of the Grammy award and the, the Oscars also, part of the, and a celebrity product, etc. The way I think we'll be able to go forward from here is to, use the knowledge that we have about these products and how to use it. So we, for example, we are now processing American almonds here and making products which we sell to the, to the large chocolate manufacturers, not only in India, but also in Asia. And we're going to start off now. We've already started off with some of the other nut products also. Our ability to work in nuts is something that our understanding of the business is what we are trying to leverage now to take it forward. The traditional business of basic cashew processing in India, unfortunately, what happened is that the industry did not change. I mean, we stuck with auto rickshaws when the highways came and faster transportation actually came. So I think because of that, our the basic industry has not grown. But Kerala also has Cochin as a major port, well connected, and because of that, it is possible to import and re-export all these products to various markets, and America is a big market for us.
Thanks, Hari. I hope the tagline of Wondernut remains there. Over a period of time, I have kids, and rather than eating cashew grown in Kerala, they have started eating almonds, telling, they are more healthy. But now hope you drive the message across to the health conscious crowd that cashew also is equivalent, or if not better than his other cousins like the hazelnut and the almonds and all that. Yeah, wishing you all the best so that that's homegrown. We would like cashew nuts to prosper.
Yeah, the problem is that America is the biggest producer of most of the other nuts. The biggest producer of almonds. It's the biggest producer of pistachios. One of the large producers of walnuts. Hazelnuts, it's not that big, but but because of that, what happens is export from here directly to the US of all the other things is not possible. So what's possible with the US is to actually get some of those things here and and supply it not only to to the rest of the country, but also to other the neighboring countries.
Yeah, thanks. Now to Alex. We have heard quite a lot on the sustainability in the food industry. Okay, but now we are hearing about sustainable fishing methods. Could you throw some light on that, Alex?
Sure. Thanks, Prakash. So I think before mentioning that word sustainability, I think you all must be aware that India has a coastline of 8,000 kilometers, and Kerala has a coastline of 600 kilometers, which means we have nearly taken over nearly 7% of the coastline belongs to Kerala. Now, if you look at the seafood industry, see, it started way back in the 1950s. It started in Kerala, and still it's headquartered in Kerala only. Now we have the Marine Products Export Development Authority. It's a Ministry of Commerce organization. So is the Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute. So is the Central Institute of Fisheries Technologies. All these national bodies are headquartered in Cochin. Now, because till about 15 years back, Kerala was number one in seafood exports. Now, after Andhra Pradesh started aquaculture, they started in a very big way. So they were very aggressive. So now they stand as number one, and Kerala has been pushed to the 4th position. But the flip side, the other side of it is, if you look at now, Kerala has a maximum number of fishing boats, but all these are smaller vessels. If you compare with any foreign vessels, which have got onboard freezing and all those facilities, we are still, I would say, much underdeveloped if you compare with the developed country fishing boats. So we still follow the traditional methods. So that is one area where I think since we are still following the same traditional methods, we are still following those methods, we have really not overexploited our resources. If you look in other countries like, let it be Europe, let it be other Far East countries like Indonesia, Thailand, or Vietnam. and even Japan. So they have already overfished their resources. Now they all are depending on India because we still follow the smaller boat fishing system. So we have potential and we are moving in that direction. Now we are going one step ahead. Now sustainability is the word. Now every market wants to know if there is if your product is sustainable. Now we have gone into the MSc certification, the Marine Stewardship Council certification. We are in the process, especially Kerala has taken the initiative. And I think we will be the first state in India to be MSc certified. So that is happening on one side. And secondly, so if you look at fishing per se, now we have introduced standards like the size of the mesh of fishing nets. So if we have a bigger mesh, we want the babies to escape. We don't want them to get tangled in the net. And so we want the young ones to grow big. That's the policy what the government also has taken right now. And Kerala is following a very strict model, and they are really strict regarding, and they're penalizing. All those things are also in place. Secondly, if you look at the aquaculture system, now Kerala has followed a system called the extensive aquaculture. Aquaculture, there are three major terms we use. It's called the intensive aquaculture, then comes the semi-intensive, and then third is the extensive culture. Kerala, we have a lot of water spread areas, but if you look at intensive culture, see now, it's totally a seafood term actually. So per square meter, we grow shrimps. So it's gone up to nearly 25 to 30 pieces per square meter. So that's called an intensive culture. Now, whereas in the same thing, then I think coming down maybe about up to 15 comes as a semi-intensive culture. Now, Kerala is a system where we have only per square meter, we are only less than 5 pieces per square kilometer. And it is naturally fed. So we follow that system. And I think, so since we were late into getting into aquaculture, we have realized all the problems what the other places, like, let's say even our competing countries like Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, all these countries have failed miserably right now. Now here is an area, we have realized their mistakes, and we have corrected them, and now we are going to follow this extensive system. And I think government of Kerala has also approved it. Now we are going ahead with that system. With these two things in place, I think we'll definitely go for your sustainable fishing.
Thank you very much, Alex. Hope though late bloomers, we will catch up pretty soon with the market. That's what I understand. You know, when you think of Kerala, what do you think? It is the beaches, the natural sceneries that we have. When it comes to food, it is your chemin, matti, aila and all that. So seafood is part and parcel of our daily culinary habits. And so nothing without seafood in the Kerala cuisine for people who are non-vegetarian. I also want to bring in now, the next question is to you, Thomas. Before that, I just wanted to highlight one point, also taking in from what Mr. Birla was telling, Suman Birla. The top 10 export items from Kerala account for close to 85% of the exports. In one way, that means, yes, you have some category which are pretty big, but that is also a warning sign for Kerala as such, because you are product dependent. So you need to, as I was telling earlier, that you need to spread your basket, not put all your eggs in the same basket, so that, you have diversification also in your foray, so that for the long term, we are sustainable. Since we were talking of sustainability, I thought I'll get in that part also. Now, coming to the IT, Kerala was the first digital state of India, right, in 2016. So on IT, now how does India stand in the software and hardware industry exports? Would you think India would be a force to reckon with in the future? If so, why?
I think what we need to know is an NASSCOM report. NASSCOM report 2023 says that the tech industry in India is on track to accelerate growth to 500 billion by 2030. So just by one sentence, I can say we are on the right track, because they have done an extensive study, and based on that study, it is on track. So there is one more thing I want to say. There are a lot of emerging technologies, as Mr. Suman Pillai was telling. Kerala will definitely focus, and India will definitely focus on those emerging technologies. And these technologies which we will be, harnessing, these technologies are the sensor tech, the smart robots, autonomous driving, computer vision, deep learning, autonomous analytics, AR and VR, edge computing, computer vision, distributed ledger, space tech, 5G and 6G. These are the technologies which are going to drive India to the next level of the 500 billion growth, actually. So India and Kerala, where these trained manpower is available, both these will stand in good stead for us as we go on to the next software leap. That's what I want to say. Now, coming to the value proposition we will have as India, in my opinion, is going to be our strong economy. We have been growing in the last 3 years as an economy, as our country. The next thing will be a diverse tech system, ecosystem, which we have built. We have not only concentrated on one area, we have as a country concentrated on the diversified ecosystem, tech ecosystem. So, and not only with that, but we also have a new age skilled youngest manpower in the world. So with this, I'm sure software is going to go places. Now coming to the hardware industry, that is the electronic industry. See, we want to start, I want to just begin with our own experience. 30 years ago, or more than 30 years ago, when Nest started, it exported its first consignment to the US, first production consignment to the US. It was a fiber optic product. So we started with high-tech technology in India, and we still continue to operate in that low volume, high mix space. And that is which gave us that edge. Our labor costs, when we compare with that of our other competing Asian countries, you know them, both Taiwan and China, we have been comparable on labor cost, but we have been having difficulties when it came to the semiconductor component procurement. Our supply chain ecosystem in India is one of the biggest bottleneck for us to grow. So we had to decline many big contracts from Fortune 100 companies abroad, because even though we were comparable on rest of all the parameters in terms of supply chain, we were not able to become competitive. So what I would say is that, I also understand from the recent ministerial level and US Commerce Department talks with Indian ministry, MeitY basically. They are trying to develop Indian semiconductor industries. They are developing stronger connections, complementary ecosystems, and more diverse supply chain semiconductor. They are going in depth into that. And this coordination which is happening, that too, as a result of G20, I'm sure this is going to go to places. And if the semiconductor component sector becomes, and the supply chain ecosystem becomes cheaper in India, India is going to be a big conductor in the future, and especially for US to partner with India, because we are in the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. I would say the greatest support the chamber can do to the EMS industry in India is basically to develop this semiconductor component ecosystem in India. And Kerala can be a big, it can be a geography you can think about. Basically, it is like Singapore. We have a lot of similarities with Singapore. So here, if we can drive the large semiconductor component industry, distributorship to base that in Kerala with its air as well as, sea as well as train connectivities to rest of the parts of India. Definitely, we are going to go places in exports. This is what I want to say regarding. And the other thing, what is going to, drive this in the hardware industry in future, that is going to be smartphones, electric vehicles, wearable devices, automotive electronics, sensors, smart devices, medical electronics, industrial electronics, defense and aerospace equipment, and the space equipment, for which Kerala is again very famous for. So these are the drivers for India in the future, and it will happen provided the semiconductor ecosystem is in place sooner than later.
Thanks, Mr. Thomas. I think that was an eye-opener that we have a lot of way to go, and we definitely have a very good future. I would request the panelists to probably keep our answers concise and brief so that we can finish our program in time as well. I'll move to the next question, that is once again back to Viju. Dr. Viju, Synthite we know has been, for ages from the time I am from the same industry. So oleoresin, they are the oleo kings of the world. Okay. Now, though we talk about doing business and exports and all that, everything is not hunky-dory. Okay. There are major challenges. I want to specifically ask you, what are the major challenges you have faced in export of spices to US or even doing business with the US? And how did you mitigate them? And I also know that you are pioneers in a lot of setting up new trends in the food industry. Could you also throw some light into that? I know it's a big question, but as good justice, you can take it forward.
Today, the biggest challenge for spice industry is the pesticides driven raw materials which we buy from the market. So now to US, a lot of specification has been changed. We are all in trouble, basically. All the spice industries are always in trouble because we have to remove the pesticides before we export. So we have to bring in new technology to take off the pesticide out from the product. So we are into that scaling up the bringing up to remove the pesticides. We are scaling up the technology, and on the other side, the cultivation of spices in India has come down drastically. So we have to import a lot of spices from outside the country. So that's another great challenge that we are facing today, and a lot of restrictions have come in for the import. So looking into the front, since we have a lot of exports, requirement for the world market, especially for the US. US is the biggest market for us. So that's a challenging area that we are always facing. And today we have to move out to new products that, like, for example, vegan. We have started producing vegan, and we are producing the seasonings, the finished product. So we are going one step ahead than the spices, because the oleoresin is a traditional stuff that we started in 1970. Later on, we came into the seasonings and the spice powders, whole spices and spice powders. And today we are into vegan. So we are into B2C segment to cater to, because I was talking about the protein, but vegan is also is a completer of proteins, which the latest trend that the youngsters, they changed them from the meat to the vegan. So that has been a big trend now in the market. And in US, basically, the challenges are coming every day. It is becoming a lot of challenges in the front of food segment. A lot of new MRLs have come. We have to take all this into the forefront, and we have to look into that situation, and we have to work towards that.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Viju. Since he was talking about the production figures coming down, I just want to bring out an interesting fact. We all know Kerala as the land of pepper. Okay, couple of decades back, Kerala used to produce 100,000 tons. That's 1 lakh metric ton of pepper used to be produced here. Now that has come down to close to 1/5 of what we were growing decades back. And Vietnam, which was nowhere in the picture a few decades back, they produce 200,000 plus tons. So that is where the market scenario is changing. As he said, if we don't, close our eyes to it, the world is catching up very, very fast. So we need to be sustainable, but we need to be quick also to react to how the market is going through. The next one to you, Hari. Yeah. Now, again, coming to the market, considering the market size of India, we could easily be the top producer and exporters of cashew, but we are lagging quite a bit behind Vietnam. What steps should the industry association or the government take in order to jump into numero uno position? Not just India, you could specifically also talk about Kerala, how Kerala can take a step forward as well.
Yeah, actually, I mean, as you mentioned about pepper, in cashew also in the 80s, Kerala used to have about 150,000 tons of raw cashews, which was actually the biggest in the world. Today, I think Kerala, it's come down to about 40 or 50,000 tons now. It was okay for us because we started importing and processing the same as, you guys in pepper were doing, we were importing, processing and exporting. In the last 5 years, about in 2017, Cambodia started, growing cashews in a big way with a local company helping them to grow cashews. And in 5 years, they have reached 1 million tons. Five years. I mean, last year, this year it will probably be about 750, 760,000 tons. But 2 years ago, it sort of touched 1 million tons. And, it's either there or it's on the way to be there, because in the last 2 years, because of COVID, it was very difficult to get statistics. Now, what's the difference? See, the difference is that, in India, generally, an acre will produce something like 700 kilos of cashews. And, a kilo of cashews goes for about 100 rupees, 150 rupees. So a hectare, hectare produces that much. So in 1 hectare, you make about 70,000 rupees in 1 year. That's not enough in Kerala. In Kerala, if something needs to be, if it needs to be worthwhile, it has to be about 5x of that. And the point is that possible? Yes, definitely it is possible. But that didn't go to the field. What was there? Technology, which India has got the largest number of scientists in the cashew field, but that never reached the field, especially in a place like Kerala. And that holds us back really in terms of the growing of cashews. On the other hand, India is now the biggest consumer of cashews. In 2000, the US used to consume about 100,000 tons of cashew kernels a year, and India was something like maybe 50 or 60,000. Now, India is about 300,000, and the US is about 180,000. So India is by far the biggest consumer of cashews. And that's because the income levels went up and the middle class grew tremendously, etc. So the opportunity is there really, to grow and to, see, Cambodia is not, you won't call it Silicon Valley, right? I mean, it's not the most advanced place in the world. Actually, it is one of the dregs. They don't even have the ability to enforce their own currency. It is that sort of a country, but they managed to, to do this. But it's not been possible in India generally, and Kerala specifically. It's, the point is, who are we working for? I think, any of us, who's in manufacturing or somewhere in the middle, especially in the food sector, we have two people we work for. One is the grower or the producer, and the second is the consumer. If the grower wants to grow something, I mean, for example, if the grower gets much more money growing rubber, so be it. So that's on one side. And the other end, if the consumer gets more value from other things, maybe raisins or turmeric or whatever. I mean, so that's what the consumer wants. And we need to actually mold ourselves in business to go either way, based on the trends which go through, which are there. And, as you mentioned, I think in the vegan space is something which cashews are very, very amenable for. In vegan, there are, the first thing is replacement for meat and replacement for fish. And the other side is replacement for dairy. And replacement for dairy is where cashews stand out. There's nothing else which actually makes, a milk just like cashews. Oat milk, soy milk, almond milk, all of them have a taste which is not neutral, whereas cashews make, make a product which is actually the closest in taste to milk. And it is also obviously, healthy and all that. Now, the cheese sector, the vegan cheese sector is something which is really, really taking off, overseas. And that is one of the places where, you make, and when you're making cheese, you need something with good microbiological control, etc. So that is something where, kind of places like companies like us and others here in a place like Kerala can really make a good product and make it available to the market. Thank you.
Thanks, Hari. What I also understood is looking outwards is good, exports is good, but you also need to look inwards, focus inward also. That's probably kind of true in the kind of way India's economy is growing. The Indian market for probably each and every sector seems to be the number one, followed by the exports. Yeah. Now the next one is to you, Alex. The list of challenges for seafood exports are plenty. We have heard a lot of news on the challenges that seafood, not that the other sectors don't have challenges. Probably you have a couple of more than them. Would you list few of the challenges and how the industry is facing up to the challenge?
Yeah, sure, Prakash. Now, if you look at seafood per se, that's one of the most the quickest deteriorating product. So, the moment it is caught and after it's dead, so deterioration starts. Now, if you look at other food industries, I don't think like cashew or spices, they can, at least stay for a few days. But with us, the next minute it is dead, we have to bring the temperature down so that in additional bacterial growth or whatever, that should be arrested, that should be stopped. So the biggest concern here is, the cold chain. How do you manage the cold chain? That is one factor which we really have to do. Now, if you look at even, right now, at the primary source, the moment it is caught, the fishermen are right now presently taught, if you don't handle a product properly, you don't get the price for it. So they are very cautious right now. They started taking ice on the boat. If you look at aquaculture, our factories, our trucks carry ice to the aquaculture ponds. So the moment it is harvested, it is iced. So there it is well maintained. But now, even at the factory till dispatch, everything is totally under control. But the moment it reaches a supermarket, now if you go to supermarkets, you can see there are, all these shelves, they're open. Now they open these, every time you take the product out, there is a variation in temperature, then they put it back. Sometimes they leave it open. So these are challenges which we face. That is one thing. Now, if you look at US per se, one challenge what we are facing right now is there is the anti-dumping duty, so which we are fighting every year. There is a review. So that is one area which we are on the commercial side. That's something which we are really fighting out. And of course, sustainability, which I already mentioned. And these are the few things which I can often immediately remember.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. Again, one more information. I spoke about the product concentration that Kerala exports had. Now, let me talk about the destination concentration we have. The top 10 export destinations of Kerala account for 84% of our exports. So that shows that we have good trading partners, but it also shows we need to expand to the other countries also, because there is always a danger of potential trade barriers. You spoke about anti-dumping duty. Such kind of restriction can come from various regions. Right now, for our industry, spices industry, exporting spices to Europe is like a nightmare. So right now, if 10 countries are doing 85%. So that also shows that you are probably not spreading your risk. Okay, now with that, I'll come to you, Mr. Thomas, for the last question on the panel, because I think we are going slightly ahead of time. What are the opportunities for you? I also have to tell the speech that you gave earlier. They had a lot of words which I probably didn't understand. I understood AI, blockchain, 5G. Many of them I don't know. Probably many of the people sitting on the panel don't know, or audience don't know, but our kids would know. Okay, that is the way technology is growing. We do not know how to operate our phone with all the features, but the kids who are in 5th standard, they know how to operate it better. So the digital technology is growing like crazy, that's for sure. Yeah. What are the opportunities for startups? Now, India is becoming, I think the number of startups, India is overtaken many other countries, is in the top league. What are the opportunities for startups and even established companies looking into export in your sector? And what would be your advice, since you have been in this business for quite some time?
Now, you are talking about, I will start with established players in the EMS sector. Basically, they are my own competitors. But the world is become so different these days. If you don't share the information, I think you are a fool. So I would definitely love to share some of the information which is there, which is very much because we are one of the pioneers in the EMS sector in India. We have been winning export awards consistently for quite a number of years from the Ministry of Electronics and Technology, MeitY actually, and ELSINA. Now, I would like to say a robust EMS is dependent on its robust supply chain ecosystem, which I mentioned earlier. Now, how can you make your supply chain happy is one of the key points for success of an EMS player. If you cannot make the supply chain ecosystem happy within your own and make them to work for you, you will not be able to deliver on time. So this is one of the things I would like to say to the young startups as well as to the established players, that make the supply chain ecosystem happy. Do whatever is necessary to make them happy, stakeholders for you. The second thing I would like to say regarding this matter, for us hardware industry guys, trained and skilled manpower in the latest technology is a must. So building an employee friendly culture, that is most essential. We can't make our employees, people who can work for us and they will leave us and go. So that is one of the things I would like to say. And the next thing I would like to say is we should have an execution, execution mantra. If we don't know how to execute a project, better not to take that contract. So risks about making it happen, the execution mantra is most essential for all of us, and building that culture, that meticulous culture of execution as well as quality is essential for all of us. And the next big thing the hardware industry is going to, face is the Industry 4.0 challenge. We need to actually work towards achieving Industry 4.0 within ourselves as hardware technologies. And regarding startups, one of the things I want to say is, you can be the forerunners for Industry 4.0 and IoT in the manufacturing business for the world. World is looking at people who can do 4.0 and Industry 4.0 and IoT. And India has got a lot of expertise. We have reached, if you take SFO technologies, we reached 3rd level today. Now, that is the expertise as youngsters you should build. And the next big thing over there, what can the youngsters think about is basically the more you think about any area of business, data risk and security is going to be the biggest problem for the world and any industry. Today, world will get, our industries will get disrupted if we are not securing our data, whether it is food industry or cashew industry or agrarian industry or any industry for that matter. So data flow and data security is the most important thing. And I want to tell our tech entrepreneurs, youngsters, you can be leading that again. Because India has got the special, we can catch up very fast on data security. Our startups can think about it. You can become the greatest, front runner in that, because world is looking for that. That is what these 2 points I want to, and with this I want to.
Thanks,
close.
Mr.
Thank you.
Thomas. I'll quickly pass it on to the audience if they have any questions specifically for this industry doyens who are here. We have marine, we have cashew, we have IT and spices. Any questions?
Good evening, myself, Arun Thomas from Federal Bank's Treasury Department. So my question is regarding the threat of Ecuador. So of late, I've been hearing about Ecuador coming as a threat for Indian seafood exporters. So how big is Ecuador's seafood industry? And is it actually going to be a threat for the Indian seafood industry?
Thanks for the question. See, now you're absolutely right, actually. Ecuador is becoming a threat to the Indian seafood industry. Earlier, Ecuador used to export a majority of their products into the Chinese market. So they had some problems there. And then they found, but India's biggest export is to the US market. Now, what happened was Ecuador is more closer to the US, and now they found that market and they have started exporting into the US market right now. So now, so they have started, I would say, dumping products. They have a freight advantage that is there, and plus the time taken also to reach US is much shorter if you compare with India. Yes, you're absolutely right there. Ecuador is a threat. But we are trying to get into value-added products. So if you look at China, Thailand, Indonesia, and Vietnam, these are the 4 main countries who do value addition, like say battered or all such products are being done there. So now, as Mr. Suman Billa had mentioned, we need to get into value addition. So we have to go for Make in India or Make in Kerala. The scheme, we have to take advantage of it. And unless we do that, so because Ecuador that way is not that developed. Now, if you look at India, we have the most advanced factories. Our factories are at par with world standards. So we have that opportunity. Now we have the raw material also in place. Now, if you get into value addition, you stand to have a better advantage there. Thank you.
Are there any more questions?
So one more question from my side. Shall I?
If there are no questions for any other sector, probably yes.
So
if anybody else is there from any other sector, even you have. Maybe after that, I'll come back to you.
Sure.
Maybe, and that will be the last question. We'll move on to the next panel quickly. I think that's the spices guy, so it's to you, I'm sure.
It's to the marine industry expert. So just one thing, because we are having discussion on vegan food and seafood. So just to understand how you see this as a challenge or as a betterment for the market.
So it's for the betterment of the market. So in short, I think unless you get into sustainability, and I think we have, we are even trying to get into organic seafood also. So which means we definitely will have a better advantage. Now, you know what's called the artificial feeding, where you have problems regarding antibiotics and all those things happen. And when you get into natural feeding methods, we definitely will stand to have a better advantage. Now, we are even trying to promote the Kerala produced seafood as a niche product out of India. So we are trying to get into the US market as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Does the Nut King have something to say? You want to tell something of the cashew? No. Okay, now I'll sum it up. Thank you very much. We had a very interesting discussion. Nobody from the timer section gave me time whether I'm running on time or not. What I've understood is in terms of the challenges that we are facing, one is a lot of competition in each and every field, not just from our neighboring states, also from the other countries. A lot of new rules and regulations that are coming by. I got to hear that from many of you. The technology gap, the supply chain gap, financial constraints, I didn't hear many of you saying, but I think fiscal benefits from the government also aids quite a lot in export. Marketing constraints and quality issues, these are the few key challenges that came through in the discussion. Yeah, all the subsidies are off is telling. So what we have to definitely focus on the key pillars of export in the end, and we need to stay focused. We need to have focused product and markets. We have to diversify our risk, not just in the products, but also into the region. We have to build our capacity. We have to leverage the infrastructure. The government is spending quite a lot on infrastructure. So that should hopefully solve quite a lot of the supply chain issues. Fiscal incentives, definitely, we definitely stand for it. More export promotion campaigns that, since we are specifically talking about exports over here, and institutional streamlining hopefully will bring Kerala more into the limelight, not just India, more specific to Kerala, and also help grow Kerala US business in future. With that, thank you once again to all the panelists. Now to the MC.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Chairman and all the speakers. And before we move on from the dais, I would like to invite a few personalities onto the stage to present a mementos to all the speakers. May I request Mr. Prakash Chandran onto the stage, please. Mr. Prakash Chandran. Yes, Mr. Prakash Chandran, may I request you to present a memento to Mr. Hari Krishnan. Hari Krishnan, please come forward.
No name, no name.
Yes. Mr. Prakash Chandran, presenting a memento to Mr. Hari Krishnan, and I would like to invite on the dais Mr. Hari Haran. Yes. Big round of applause, please. Come on. Yes, Mr. Hari Haran will be presenting a memento to Ms. Dr. Viju Jacob. And also I invite Mr. Satyanarayanan, and after that Mr. IACC Alexander also onto the stage to present the mementos to Mr. Alex Ninan and Mr. Thomas Abraham respectively. Yes, also Mr. Shambhu Nambudri and Mr. Surendran Karnat onto the stage, please. Mr. Alex Ninan, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ Mr. Thomas Abraham. May I request you to receive the mementos from the dignitaries? Yes. Mr. Satyanarayan, Mr. Isaac Alexander. They both are not here. Okay, Mr. Shambhu Nambudri. Yes. So Mr. Alex Ninan and Mr. Surendran Karnat. May I request you onto the stage, please, to present a memento to Mr. Thomas Abraham. You all, please give them a thunderous round of applause, please. They just have presented a vibrant presentation in front of you, right? Yes, and our moderator, otherwise the panel, the chairman, Mr. Prakash Nambudri, Mr. Ambarish, Regional Vice Chairman, South India Council. Let's invite Mr. Ambarish. Thank you.
Let's take a group photo.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you once again, all the speakers, director, and അടുത്ത പാനൽ ഡിസ്കഷനിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് നമ്മുടെ എല്ലാം നല്ലതുമായ സ്പോൺസേഴ്സിനെ കുറിച്ച് ഒന്നുകൂടെ പറയാണ്. We have here group sponsors, SFO Technologies, Federal Bank, KSIDC, Synthite Industries, SJS Avenues, our dinner sponsors കൂടിയാണ്, gold sponsors ആണ്, silver sponsors, Western Cashew. And now is the time to move on to the next panel discussion, business opportunities with USA service sector. And for this, let's invite the director and speakers on the dais. Panel chairman, Mr. Joseph Thomas, chartered accountant. Let's invite all the speakers and panel chairman onto the stage, please. Next one, value session. Yeah, she's joining. The council general. Yes, there's a small change before moving on to the panel session we just discussed now. Let's have the session, we will have a virtual session and that will be led by Ms. Swati Kulkarni, Consul General CGI Atlanta, that is Consulate General of India, Atlanta, and Mr. Somnath Ghosh, Consul General CGI, Chicago. Dr. Swati Vijay Kulkarni is a career diplomat who holds MBBS degree from prestigious Government Medical College, Nagpur in India. She joined Indian Foreign Service in the year 1995. Prior to her appointment as Consul General, Consulate General of India, Atlanta, she served as Regional Passport Officer, Mumbai, and Consul General in CGI, Cape Town, South Africa, from the year 2012 to 2014. 2014 to 2018, Deputy Head of Mission Muscat, Oman. And about Mr. Somnath Ghosh, he was schooled in a remote, yeah. After this only, okay, fine. Yes, we have here Dr. Swati Vijay Kulkarni for a virtual session, and everyone's attention onto the EV, please. Thank you.
Namaskaram. My warm greetings to all of you. I am really pleased to address you today virtually on this laudable Kerala America Business Summit organized by IACC. It's always good to work with IACC. I have been participating in their events every now and then. And this state-led focus by IACC will certainly encourage Indian American business, and it will give impetus, especially to the Kerala America business sector. You know, our consulate is one of the youngest consulate as compared to other Indian consulates in America. We are established in 2011 and we deal with Southeast region of the USA. So we deal with 6 states and 2 territories. 6 states are basically Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, South Carolina. And 2 territories are Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands. Over the recent years, we have seen significant momentum on trade and investment front. This region is mainly, well known for fintech. It is well known for wood industry, automobiles, aerospace, and a newly upcoming film industry. The bilateral trade between India and Southeast region in 2019, it was mere $12.1 billion. It dipped during COVID pandemic and it was $10.8 billion. But now it has rebounded sharply. In 2021, it was $14.3 billion. And now in 2022, it is $18.1 billion. And South Carolina is the only state which has trade office in India. So the Indian companies, they have established footprint in all the sectors, from agriculture to automobiles, from healthcare to hospitality. So there are around 160 Indian companies in all sectors, small, medium, large, and manufacturing constitutes about 54 companies and rest are in services. And they have contributed 12,000 plus jobs locally. So their investment is about $13.5 billion. Novelis is a big company here in Atlanta. They have invested in aluminum industry. Then we have Indian American businesses also. Indian American businesses, they have invested in hotel, motel, banks, and they have invested about $12.5 billion. So reciprocally, we estimate that there are about 100 companies from Southeastern region, mainly from Georgia and followed by Florida, and they are majorly into IT, corporate business, services, chemicals, etc. Then there are pension funds. The Tennessee and Florida state pension funds, they have invested in India in assets across all sectors. They have invested from 300 million to over 1 billion in India. Then we have a very vibrant and strong Indian diaspora. About 450,000 Indian diaspora is there. And they are also again in various sectors like professionals, doctors, engineers, entrepreneurs. I'll just give you some statistical snapshot that 1% of Indian population here is contributing 6% of tax. And about 40% of hotels, these businesses are owned by Indian Americans, and every 7th patient is treated by Indian American doctor. And every 3rd pill you are taking here in this region, it's made in India. So this is how this region has come up very well. Now many people are relocating from New York and California to this region for various purposes. The weather is good, the business climate is good, and the way it is flourishing, you have already seen the statistics. As far as India-US bilateral trade is concerned, in 2019, it used to be $150 billion, and during COVID, it dipped to $120 billion. And in 2021, it has crossed $160 billion, and now it stands at $190 billion. So the rapidly expanding trade and bilateral linkages is very important component of our India-US bilateral relationship. As you know, India-US relations have grown into strategic partnership of global significance. It's multidimensional, multifaceted, and it is deepening across all the sectors, and it touches every human endeavor. So regular exchanges at highest level, including prime minister level, at the diplomatic level, at the ministerial level, it has really expanded this bilateral engagement. And the outcomes that come from this engagement, they are the ones which are encouraging us and giving momentum to various components of our bilateral relationship. So our cooperation is expanding, our trade is growing, and many possibilities are there. See, as far as Kerala is concerned, Kerala is uniquely placed. It's well known for its touristic attraction. It is well known for its Ayurveda and Panchakarma. It is a highly literate state. It's a high human index it has, and it has a high per capita income. Also in USA, there are more than 150,000 Kerala diaspora, the Malayali diaspora. So any businessman who is wanting to do business here in this part of region, they can get help of the knowledge network created by the diaspora. And also they can have some CPA firm which can guide them on tax laws, banking laws, visas, and etc. We in the consulate can also guide them how to do the business, and they can send query to us. So this is how they can expand their business, because we consider US as our important trading partner and a source of foreign direct investment. So I applaud once again IACC for this commendable initiative. IACC has been providing a sustainable platform for businesses to grow, to have people where they can interact, exchange ideas, and come up with new solutions. I'm sure this will give growth, this will spur the growth and development of Kerala America business. So let us nurture this important, constructive, wonderful engagement, the partnership between India and USA, and especially between Kerala and USA. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Any question and answer sessions? So, no, I think, and thank you, Dr. Swati. Thanks for your precious
you.
time.
Thank
Thank you for such a great event. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now for the next session, I would like to invite Mr. Somnath Ghosh. Let me tell a brief description about him. He did his master's from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. He joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1997. In the span of his career of 25 years, he has been Ambassador of India to the Republic of Mr. Somnath Ghosh. Coming later only. Okay, no one informed me then. Yeah. Okay, we shall move to the panel discussion now. Yeah. Yes. And for the next panel discussion, that is the business opportunities with the USA service sector. Let's invite the panel chairman and speakers onto the stage, please. Moderator, Mr. Joseph Thomas, Chartered Accountant. Let's invite him with a big round of applause. And with the other speakers, Mr. Bhaskar Mallari, Head of Strategy, the Pagli Diagnostics. Mr. Jose Dominic, Chairman, CGT Group. Mr. Biju George, International Business Wellness Chef. Mr. Lakshmanan, Treasury Head, Federal Bank. And Mr. Sri Kumar Mulkar, Vice President, Sutherland Technologies. Unlike I don't give them the way they make a let's give them a big round of applause here, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening, everybody. Our union government has projected a 5 trillion economy within the next few years. To this, the major contribution would be from US, but that would be mainly from technology and commodity sales. The contribution from service is low, and we have people from the service industry who will tell us how we can take this to a higher level, because without service sector contributing, we cannot reach this 5 trillion economy. So how we will go about this is, all the panelists will be given, our total time is limited, 30 minutes have been given to us. So initially they will be given 2 minutes each to present themselves. It will be a short introduction of what they are doing. And then we'll go one by one. So the classes under which it will be classified as an industry as it is now, its uniqueness and problems and trends, its employment potential, especially for Kerala, and definitely your suggestions, which we would like to compile and present it to the government for their action, if at all is possible. So this will be the way in which we will proceed. I would request Chitra to introduce the panels.
Thank you, Mr. Joseph. And we have all the speakers here. Mr. Bhaskar Mallari, he's the head of strategy at Agape Diagnostic, leading the strategic function. He held various leadership positions at Roche, Beckman Coulter, and recently led the Abbott Rapid Diagnostic Business at India as General Manager and Director. With 30 plus years of experience in diagnostic, he held various functional leadership roles in manufacturing, technical support, regulatory business development, sales, marketing, commercial operations across various business in IPD, including Hamer, chemistry, immunology, POC, molecular, flow cytometry, rapid ES, and life science research. Big round of applause for Mr. Bhaskar Malani. And Mr. Jose Dominic is the CEO of an award-winning chain of 16 eco-friendly hotels and wellness destinations across South India. Jose Dominic is a pioneer when it comes to the sustainable and responsible tourism. As we all know, Mr. Jose Dominic, big round of applause for him, please. And Mr. Biju George, a seasoned corporate strategist with over 20 years of experience in marketing, branding, and operations, specializes in Ayurveda and wellness, multicultural science, entrepreneurship, and care. Founder and CEO at Purple Pidka, a fruit and vegetable delivery platform. Experienced in developing global markets, trade fairs, and travel shows. He is a wellness curator, wellness business strategist, and a wellness chef. Big round of applause for Mr. Biju George. Mr. B. Lakshmanan is a head of Treasury Federal Bank. He has been in the industry for over 20 years now, of which he spent close to 18 years in BNP Paribas, a specialist in treasury sales. He was heading the corporate treasury sales in BNP Paribas. The first 2 years in Federal Bank were directed towards setting up a focused treasury sales vertical. In his current role as a treasurer in Federal Bank, he manages the bank's treasury operations, covering the liquidity, trading, and sales activity of the bank. Big round of applause for Mr. V. Lakshmanan. And we have here the next speaker, Mr. Sri Kumar Murkar, an accomplished leader with almost 32 years of experience in the service industry. He is the Vice President, Global Service Delivery at Sutherland, where he is responsible for support of operations across EMEA, LATAM, and APAC with large technology Fortune 500 clientele. Throughout his impressive career, he has gained extensive experience in various areas such as transitioning business from onshore to offshore to India, solving complex business processes while launching offshore model and sites in Asia, Pacific, and Latin regions, and managing client contracts to a profit-centered model. Yes. Nalla idea, Sri Kumar Murkar. And over to Joseph, sir, please. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the beautiful introduction. Now, I request Mr. Bhaskar Malani to speak.
Okay.
Just to introduce yourself in the sense about your activity.
Okay. So I represent Agape Diagnostics, and we are the leading medical devices organization in India. We are the second leading organization in this country. We have global presence as well as local presence. And we as a company invest close to about 5 to 6% of our revenues in the R&D sector. And we put a lot of emphasis on innovation. And now we are trying to go up the scale. That means putting a lot more into geographical expansion and adding much more innovative new products launching in the next coming years.
Mr. Jose Dominic he has qualified as a chartered accountant, but he has never practiced as a chartered accountant. But he's a doyen of the industry, and for any suggestions which the government takes, they always consider his views. I request Mr. Jose Dominic to.
Thank you. Let me make some corrections in my bio sketch. I'm no longer the chairman nor the CEO. I used to be that. Today I am a startup farmer. Post my stepping down from our having reached the age of superannuation. Also, one more correction. After qualifying, I did not practice myself, but I was working in a firm of chartered accountants in Mumbai, A. Ferguson, for many years. Having said that, let me just talk about sector which I am, service sector, tourism. Tourism is probably Kerala's, I would say, forte. In the 90s, I came to Kerala in 1978. At that time, the respective governments of Kerala, which I would describe as left or left of left, were embarrassed by tourism. They considered tourism as capitalist, luxury, and bourgeois, and somehow accepted it. But in the 30 years, from in the 90s till, let's say, well into 2000s, tourism has proved to be Kerala's most productive sector, contributing almost 12% of GDP, the biggest employer. And I would think that if one sector which Kerala can claim it is tourism. And that has been it took a somewhat non-traditional route. It created what could be called a new model for tourism, which was in parallel, when in Goa, for example, laid out the red carpet for FDI. Kerala, on the other hand, put out the red flag. And as a consequence, despite that, the route that Kerala took was that small local entrepreneurs did what they could, which is small, in a manner which they knew, which is local. Indigenous and small could yet become world-class is Kerala's story. And the new model, using the Malayalam term, Keralathine Tanima, our inherent attraction became the key focus, the key attraction of Kerala. And that, as a result of which, we were in a unique position to rise from using the Hindi term, Bimaru state as far as tourism is concerned, to become the front-performing state in tourism. So that's a remarkable achievement, I think. And many things happened. Repeated successive governments, whether left or right, were put tourism as there was a stability in policy, and there was what was called this word PPP actually happened in this sector, creating many institutions. For example, the Kerala Travel Mart, which was a PPP of tourism and private sector and government sector, created what is now emerged to be India's most significant tourism marketing event, the Kerala Travel Mart. Similarly, as we went along, we would say that the model, a new model, which is called the Kerala model, emerged, and that is now said to be. And then from being a leader in tourism, we became we also emerged as a global leader in what is now called responsible tourism. And globally, Kerala is now looked upon not just globally as a model to be followed, and much to be said. And I think I'll end here with the time constraint which my chair has given to me.
Yeah, Mr. Biju.
Right. I work in the wellness industry, so part of tourism industry as well, as far as we know in Kerala. I give consultancy to wellness centers. I'm a wellness chef working internationally. Over 20 years, I'm in this industry. When we talk about wellness in Kerala, we always come out to Ayurveda. And I'm from the Ayurveda background, but I'm not a doctor. Our family was one of the leading tourism product producers, Ayurveda, Somathiram. So I can probably say I'm one of those people who took Ayurveda from India and promoted all around the world 20 years ago. Well, when you talk about wellness, wellness is not a small industry. It's at the moment, it's $4.4 trillion business. And it's expected to grow to $6.75 trillion business by 2030. As I said earlier, wellness is one of the most misunderstood term in general. People talk about health, then it's wellness. People talk about good food, then it's wellness. People talk about medical tourism, it's wellness. But it's far beyond that. When we talk about this $4.5 trillion of business, it combines of few other terms, which Kerala also can be really part. A term, something called wellness real estate. Maybe this is a very new term for Kerala market, but internationally, this is coming up as a serious term, where wellness centers or wellness estates are being created. Post-COVID, we can see a big improvement in such a term and such a business. So wellness is not just about medical tourism. And of course, medical tourism is one part of it. Then another part is mental tourism. We all know how many people affected mentally post-COVID. So mental wellness is also another area. Then another important area, now we all know people are working from home and people are coming back to the offices. So this contradiction is actually bringing a new term in the wellness industry. It's called workplace wellness. This is also an emerging area where Kerala can really tap into. Of course, we all know about wellness in just spas or thermal springs. Then my profession is actually, I'm a chef for wellness. So healthy eating, nutrition, weight management, these all are the regular terms which we hear for like 20 years, 25 years about when you talk about wellness. And as far as Ayurveda concerned, Ayurveda is not just wellness. As we all know, it's a medical science of India. It's a mainstream medical science of India, but Ayurveda have the possibility to emerge whichever way you want to your lifestyle. So Kerala have a great potential for Ayurveda and Ayurveda tourism. As Mr. Jose Dominic said, Kerala, the main industry for Kerala can be tourism, and that's a cake for Kerala. Ayurveda can be a cherry on top. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I represent Federal Bank, while the Treasury Department, but talking about the industry that I represent, which is the bank, I think all of us would agree. I think this industry is a confluence of every good thing, or perhaps every bad thing that happens to an economy. And having said that, right, I think for all the good things that the panelists have thus far spoken of, the virtues that we are potentially seeing, the spurts that we're seeing in the economy right now, eventually will be seeing it landing into the funnel of this particular industry the way we see it. But if I were to spend about a couple of minutes, talking about how we or the banking industry were to be, participating in the benefit of the country tomorrow, I would rather talk about how we see the globe shaping up, what potentially are the promises, if that's okay, and then maybe how we see it landing into India plus Kerala thereafter. One, COVID potentially was supposed to be an economic setback, but then thanks to all the money that the central banks put in, definitely enough and more money landed into the hands of everyone. So to that extent, things were all great till 2022 beginning. Interest rates have started going up after that. In the last about 6 months to 12 months, because of interest rates going higher, we're expecting, if not recession, slowdown in some form to come and hit different parts of the world. But I think the bright spot, as far as we are concerned, again, looking selfishly for the country, for ourselves, what's very clearly acknowledged by economists, people who are looking into the markets very closely, into the globes closely, is that all of it lands into a great promise for India. We've seen projections wherein in the $3 trillion of economy that we are today, potentially, is going to be a $7 trillion economy in the early 2030s. And while manufacturing definitely is going to be a great push up from where we are right now, but services is going to be a critical thrust for us. Services is already 60%, of the Indian economy at this particular point in time, but very clearly that adds on. So for all the, for tourism, Ayurveda has spoken of, right? And to say differently, any push into the manufacturing setup that's happening today, and then the incremental use of technology that's coming by, services de facto does see the benefit coming by directly or indirectly. And to that extent, we do see that benefit coming into the country very clearly. Kerala, as a tourism focus, right? Medicine we are hearing of, in our opinion, will be seeing again the same benefit, which essentially means from a banking perspective, we do see all of it landing into higher credit uptake, and thus a higher churn of money happening thanks to that. So I think at this particular point in time to just introduce, I would just leave it with that right now. Thank you.
Mr. Srikumar.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, a big thanks to the KAPS team for having me here on the panel, and to also share the dais with distinguished personalities like Mr. Jose Dominic and the rest of the folks who have been running the business in Kerala in favor of the Indo-American Chamber. I'm basically from Chennai and quite active in the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce in Chennai. It just so happened to be here. Talking about myself, I've been working with Sutherland, and just a small correction, Sutherland is not a technology company. We are into global services. And when I say services, it's largely about outsourcing work, mostly from the US. 75 to 78% of the work from the US is outsourced across the globe. And in Cochin, we have a workforce of close to about 4,200 people. Seasonal ramp, it can go up to about 55. We do multiple verticals here, including retail, banking, finance and accounting, telecom, technology. And talking about myself, 20 years with the company, I manage close to about $100 million of work across for Sutherland in multiple geographies, including Latin America, EMEA, eastern part of the EMEA, and Philippines, of course. I'd be interested to understand and learn from most of you here. And I do have some points, considering the time as to what you have shared with me on what I'd like to convey to the team.
Thank you.
Honored and humbled to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think you have a rough idea about what we will be discussing about. Now, I request Mr. Bhaskar. Biomedical services are such is at a very nascent stage in Kerala. You have been a pioneer in the field, as far as Kerala and India also probably. What is the scope for biomedical service in Kerala? I mean, getting business from outside.
Yeah. So, hello. So, the medical devices or IVD market we represent is in India is about $12 billion as of last year, and the IVD specifically is about $2 billion. Now, this is going around 15% an average growth, and expected to reach about $30 billion in the next 5 to 7 years. And in some estimates, it go up to $50 billion as for the KPMG report is concerned. So this is a significant opportunity for many companies, as this kind of staggering growth is not very normal in many of the industries. And however, this is a very high intensive technology oriented. It is not very simple to do that. And today, about 80% of our medical devices are imported, right? We are just about 15-20%. And out of this 80%, probably about 40% is coming from US, right? So that means a huge level of technology which is required. And we don't have the kind of ecosystems in this country, at least at this point of time. So we would require a good ecosystem. And those ecosystems are various components, supply chain in place, right? Those at this point of time is very much lacking. And the fundamental reason is that the lack of innovation at this point of time. And that's why we are highly import oriented. What can US companies can do with the collaborations is bring those ecosystems. That means MES, small and medium scale kind of entrepreneurs can set up such small scale industries to develop that ecosystem. That's where today China challenges even the US today, because China has been able to do that over the last 20 years, develop that ecosystems in the, especially in the medical, especially IoT systems. And today they're, for example, a product manufactured in the US may cost, say, $30,000, and the same thing would cost about $10,000 in China. More or less similar qualities, similar kind of innovations. So how does China did? So over the last 20 years or 30 years since the opening up of Chinese economy, they developed that ecosystems, and that is what probably India would also need to do. And for example, in the area of opportunities, I think we have a great opportunity for manufacturing, right? We can bring high quality products at low cost. That is going to be the challenge US companies also going to face in the coming years. Another opportunity could be that remanufacturing opportunities in this country, right? That means the devices which are very expensive, but some of the developing countries would require low-cost devices, but they can be still remanufactured, and India can play a role because remanufacturing mainly consists of manpower. And you see a significant disparity between US costs and Indian costs. And thereby India could leverage that opportunity. And Kerala could be a very good opportunity for that because of availability of people. And I would say that Kerala's biggest advantage is its diversity. And the Kerala's biggest advantage is climate, right? So if you look at India, and if Kerala has to compete with the rest of the states, I think one of the biggest advantages they can give it to American companies is to provide the kind of environment which is much safer here in terms of air quality and rest of the things, which could be a very attractive destination for most of these US companies to set up their ventures here. The challenges, friend, especially in our sector, especially IVD healthcare, is about regulatory, right? Regulatory is a very critical element if your success, whether in India and abroad. And we have to invest a lot more into quality norms. We have to invest a lot more into systems. And then only we will be able to export. That's a pretty few years, maybe a decade and long away in really getting the exports going from India to US, because there are significant barriers in terms of regulatory challenges are concerned, which would require significant investment. So that's overall about the sector which we are participating. And of course, we as a company are also doing a lot more innovation in this. And hopefully in the next maybe 3 to 5 years, we would also start doing a lot more things in US as a company. Yeah.
Thank you. Dominic, Europe has been contributing substantially to tourism in India and especially to Kerala. But this with the US has been very, very low. Would you find out, have you analyzed this, and would you be able to highlight everybody about on this topic?
Let me approach your question in the context of the Kerala-America partnership, as well as the time that we are in. We are probably in historic times. We've just come out and we've just gone through three phases. One is the phase I would call BC, which is before COVID, DC during COVID, and PC post-COVID. And before COVID, we saw the spectacular growth of tourism in Kerala. During COVID, we saw the spectacular collapse of tourism in Kerala. The first hit, worst hit, longest hit was tourism. Now, post-COVID, we are seeing turbulent times. And in that turbulent times, new words are being invented. revenge travel. People who have been locked up have been now beginning to travel. Kerala, for example, was a state in which pioneered branding of a destination. God's own country was was innovative brand that we gave to ourselves. So the description of Kerala as today, the big changes that are now required of a destination, what pulls the people to destination is no longer is it difficult to get numbers. You want to get the right kind of people to come in. And what is tourism for? In a manner of speaking, it is not, it is more what tourism does, how it serves people. The words like over-tourism is now becoming familiar in Europe. So in the US context, somewhat the numbers in terms of Kerala's component of the product was, well, if you say international tourism, was by and large Europe. Out of that, 40% was UK. Now the significant difference is that the raising forward ahead of everybody else, or second only to UK, is USA. Now, in this context, we have come to the aspect of where the aspiration of the traveler. But I would think that greener, cleaner, healthier is now become the aspiring aspect of a destination. And in this, Kerala has done remarkably well as compared to most destinations in India. Of course, we have our hiccups. We had a recent hiccup in Cochin, where we have the plastic fire, for example, which has sent signals of danger across the world. But I think where US could come to our help is appropriate technologies, waste to energy, of greening. I think they are leaders in many areas. That's where Kerala could harness the technological advancement. Not only Tesla, but there are many technology providers in basic fundamentals. The linkages tourism has with other sectors. Because in Kerala's growth from US has been led by where my friend Biju is from, in wellness and health. But in holiday and holiday is where I think Europe has been leading, and where I believe in the short years ahead, US, which has a huge propensity to consume, the purchasing capacity is enormous, and the numbers are enormous. The only defect that we have as far as US is concerned is that it's a long flight away. And post the new thinking, carbon footprint is now negative, but the length of travel, which is now there, increasingly people who are conscious are now deciding to travel short haul and or even avoid air travel. These are new thinkings that are taking place. And of course, those will be US the furthest market for India as compared to Europe, as you would see. Now, post-COVID, new phenomenon that is seen is that both international, and we have a huge surge in domestic, and a new market has emerged, a new kind of customer has emerged, which I would call the neighborhood traveler. Cochin seeing Cochin. That means you're seeing immersive travel, seeing a destination with new eyes. All of us, we've been locked up in lockdown in lockdowns for so long, and we are reluctant to use public transport, reluctant to use air travel. So tendency to use high carbon consuming though, private transportation has become very high. But these are big trends that are happening. And I think as we emerge, the technology leader of the globe, I think in many areas is USA. And so too, no less is Kerala's model for tourism. A great partnership for Kerala, which I think is the future of India, and USA, the oldest democracy with the largest democracy. Great partnership ahead for us, and I think we must learn to harness that huge potential that there is.
Thank you. Treatment of the disease leads to its healing. Wellness goes beyond treatment of the disease and its symptoms. Would you be able to tell us something about what is this wellness industry?
Wellness is actually general well-being. In simple words, general well-being. Treatment of a disease is more medical. But when you treat a disease, when you are healthy, when you want to be healthy, when you want to be in a state of health, in Ayurveda it's called swasthavrata. When you are in the state of health, that is actually well-being, in simple words. The definition is so big, I don't want to go to the definition of it. And when we come to Kerala, the opportunity for Kerala from the US, as Mr. George Dominic said, one of the main reasons people are not traveling to Kerala is a long-haul flight. And now the carbon footprint is another phenomenon, especially when the millennials are traveling, they are very conscious about what they're doing while they travel. But from my experience, even when we used to get lots of tourists coming from Europe, majority of the US travelers, they were yoga travelers. They used to come for yoga retreats to India, especially to Kerala. And this trend is still there. And we can still tap on this trend. And many of the US travelers, they are looking into sustainability. Kerala is a right role model for that, sustainability, responsible tourism. We not only use these magic words, we really practice this in Kerala. So when we show our ability of practicing, when we walk the talk, people can really listen to that. People can really see that. So Kerala can be a good place for medical tourism and wellness tourism. Now the new mantra for Kerala is healing and reviving. So this is actually mentioned in several places, heal and revive in Kerala. When you have a disease, you come to Kerala, because majority of the doctors who are the Malayali doctors, they're not working in Kerala, as we all know. There are lots of nurses from Kerala working in the US, lots of doctors are working in US. So we are known for our hospitality. We are known for our healing hands. So when it comes to medical or anything healing or any type of wellness, Kerala have the right formula.
Kerala's substantial export of goods and services is picking up. You have been at the helm of international banking at the Federal Bank for some years now. What, according to the major issues or rather risks involved in foreign exchange dealings?
So from a foreign exchange management perspective, which for any corporate or a company whose business is essentially into producing goods, I think what hurts any of them the most is market volatility, and that's, of course, it's not a new thing. I'm sure everyone who's running a business over here understands that very, very well. Now the problem, unfortunately, in the recent times, if you were to ask as to what exactly is the view on dollar rupee, or unfortunately direction on the currency, is only one part of it. The bigger challenge, unfortunately, or the bigger constant is what we call as volatility. Market has been crazily volatile, more so in the last about 3-4 years than ever in the past. I think we should thank RBI in the way they are managing, the overall markets, both on the interest rate side as well as on the currency side, owing to which rupee against the dollar is actually less volatile. Otherwise, if you look at all of the currencies across, they are far, far more volatile. So if you look at dollar rupee is comfortable, but if you look at euro rupee or pound rupee, it gets crazily volatile because euro dollar or pound dollar are moving quite a bit. So I think that the critical risk from a foreign exchange dealing perspective is, how do you ensure that if we have exposures, be it as an exporter or as an importer of commodities, how do you manage the receivables such that if tomorrow dollar rupee were to move either from an 82 to a level of 85 or to a level of 75, you are less impacted. Your bottom line effectively is safer than it would have been otherwise, I think, is a big question. Of course, there are hedging products available, and RBI in the recent years have allowed enough and more flexibility into managing those kind of risks. But also one thing that one should be looking at also is when we are negotiating with our counterparties overseas, how are we negotiating the billing pattern, etc., such that the risk on the books is much lesser. One. Second, I'm sure many of us would have read in the recent months, and that specifically after the Ukraine conflict, countries, and definitely India, is talking about settlement of international trades in rupee. Now, of course, that's going to be taking it a bit of time. But what we do here, for example, is that, in fact, today's paper was carrying this particular article saying that a lot of conversation happening between companies to use, dirhams as a currency for settlement, where you're not able to use dollars directly. Why? Purely because we want to ensure that we are diversifying our currency base to the maximum and the risk thus is reduced. So in simple terms, I think hedging is a must, very simple. And there are people who may believe that hedging may be risky. Sorry, hedging is required. Of course, we need to do it thoughtfully. And second, how we manage our exposures by the billing arrangement itself is the second thing that we will talk about. These two things are critical for anyone who is having a foreign exchange exposure, be it by virtue of imports or exports, is the way I see it.
Thank you. Mr. Srikumar, Kerala was a trendsetter and it set up the first technopark in India. So we have been there for quite some time now. What are its strengths and weaknesses, and where are we now?
I can probably give it in three parts, right? I mean, talking about BPO or BPM, business process management, this has been around for the last 26, 27 years now. The pioneers were GE, and then people like Sutherland and Teleperformance, everybody came into fray. Now that said, what we did then and what we are doing today are two completely different things, with respect to service. Mr. Thomas said a little while back, there was a study by, Bain Consulting that came out very recently as to where the BPO industry is today and how it's poised to grow in the next, 8 to 10 years, right? Today, we are at $252 billion globally, and it is likely to touch something like $525 billion in the next 8 to 9 years. And we are talking about a compounded annual growth of something like 9%. Out of that, $45 billion is India's play in the business. Now, when you look at the split of 45 billion in India, right? I mean, there were those, erstwhile a metro A cities, which has become now A plus, and there are C cities, which has become B cities like Chennai and so on. Labor arbitrage is a huge issue that we are facing today, right? So having said that, today, the way we look at it, the business is definitely likely to grow. And with all the changes that is happening in the environment, I mean, there is not a single day that people don't talk about ChatGPT and the kind of influence it's going to have on human jobs, starting, maybe it's already started, if you ask me. And the business model of the existing customers, largely I would, pointed towards the US, because any outsourcing business that is currently serviced out of India, anything between 75 to 82% is based out of the US. So you get a little bit out of Europe, Australia and so on, but not much to talk about, including margins. So that said, with 45 going to increase, what is going to change? Today, and interestingly, there was another paper that was published by McKinsey, which spoke about the deals that were executed in the year 2021. Now, out of those deals, 49% of the deals had a digital component to it. And the remaining 51 were those, traditional, material, people and things, right? So it's changing. Now, what are we talking about digital in service industry, and how do these two things go hand in hand? There are two dimensions to that. Today, if you look at any customers, I mean, we cater to largely Fortune 100, 500 customers, 100 a few though. The way they are managing business, from the 2000 to 2022 is completely changed. Now, what do you mean by that? Most of the organization used to function the support services as a cost center. Now that's changed dramatically. Today, everyone wants to change the cost center into profit center. Now, what does it again mean? Customer experience, which used to be the mantra 2 decades back, today they're talking about how much more can you earn from a single user in a B2C environment. Like in telecom, you can use the word ARPU. In product segment, you can talk about upskill, product upgradation. If you have an OTT platform like a Netflix, we're talking about a family plan which can be further upgraded into a mega family plan. So there are so many things changing. So organizations are trying to ensure that the revenue stream is built to support the existing cost aspect in any business. And that is what we are competing. What are we doing differently? We are building tools, right? I mean, 10 years back, everything was manual. Today, there are self-help modes that is available in the market. We are creating bots. So any service provider into the market, today, he cannot go with a brick and mortar offering. He has to have something that is attached to that by means of value propositions or proposals linked onto revenue generation. And that's becoming extremely critical. If not, you're not going to win contracts. As a matter of fact, any contract that is coming for renewal, if you do not have a digital component, you would not even be considered to go to stage 3, if stage 5 is the selling stage. So with all that said, where are we heading today? Well, is there going to be a job impact? Yes. Will there be an absolute job impact? No, because people have to upskill. You cannot have the traditional mindset of service orientation happening in the next 5 years because the requirement is different. And coming back to Cochin specifically, talking about Sutherland, we are 45,000 people, globally, $1.5 billion based out of Rochester. In India alone, we have close to 15,000 people. Cochin has got 4,500. There are challenges, obviously, right? When it comes to cost, why are we not able to grow? Because, cost is high. The frontline labor costs, when I compare with, Madhya Pradesh or even Telangana state, or maybe even to some of the eastern part where we're trying to establish, is cheaper by about 12 to 18%. The kind of profiles that you get in the market are not superior to mitigate the cost that you are paying extra. So if we can probably address some of these things, and in spite of all this disruption that is happening in the market, I'm sure we'll have a good period. I'm not sure if I answered your question completely, but mobility questions.
I think we are going a little exceeded the time which we had fixed. So I think we'll cut down one more question each and try to be as short as possible. We have a large workforce with a high technology background.
Yeah.
Kerala, what we are talking. What is the scope for Kerala with this background? Now, he was telling about the cost going up when compared to a place like Telangana or Madhya Pradesh. Now, how do we treat this problem?
I think, and the earlier speakers have mentioned, I think the secretary has mentioned that we have a lot of STEM people coming up, young STEM graduates coming out, about big difference between other states and this one. I think in the high technology areas, I think still the current profile of availability of talent is encouraging, but still there are some limitations. Having said that, I think still it's a very attractive talent considering that in the space which we are working, I think the current costs are manageable, still probably much lower than if you consider Bangalore or Mumbai. Mumbai is probably 2 or 3 times more expensive than a similar kind of a person with the same qualifications. So since it is a very emerging technology oriented, the differences are not much, whether it is Mumbai or in Kerala or in Bangalore, right? Minor differences, but that would probably can be managed with proper training and things like that. So that's still a very, from a talent availability is a plus point. Talent is also, I would say, the cost of talent or cost of people is also still, I would say, relatively a plus point at this point of time. I think what is more important at this point of time, Kerala, if he has to get this high-tech industry, take the example of the current semiconductor, stuff about government of India spending about 10 billion as a PLI kind of a thing. Well, those who are willing to invest into that are probably about 2 or 3 companies would be getting that. IBD is also similar to that. It's a very high-tech oriented. It would require, why would people, entrepreneurs come to Kerala? It would need to provide attractive commercial incentives. At the end of the day, the businesses survives on commercial, favorable, how favorable are commercial things here. So there are many other medical parks available around the country. Everybody would be offering some level of incentives, but Kerala still about very few companies, I would say 15, 16 companies in this space, roughly. We are the second biggest. Fortunately, we are, Agape has been here for more than about 20 years, invested long back when nobody has thought of investing in Kochi 20 years back. That led to us where we are today. But that's one Agape. But if you want to create much more Agapes around it, obviously it would require government programs which would encourage more and more people coming here. That would only be possible with I would say proper support. I think land cost is a significant barrier here in terms of the cost of the land is concerned, which is also highlighted by the secretary itself. So those are some of those things. If the attractiveness index is increased, probably at some point of time, maybe in 5 years, maybe 10 years from now, Kerala would become a good destination for medical devices.
Thank you. Culture and heritage is definitely a big attraction for tourism. And Kerala and India definitely have all this. But somehow the US traveler skips these areas. Is there anything which we can do about it?
See, it's a very interesting subject that you raised. For a traveler, very often the India destination, particularly US, sees India as the Taj Mahal. But there's much more to India than the Taj Mahal. Is the big story that we need to tell. A few years ago, we had an American university, Cornell, which came here, and their professor, I think Dr. Sims, and the entire class of about 20 students spent a month here to discover what they wanted to say, to discover the Kerala model. And spending that time here, and I was reciprocally I went there and took part of the discussion there. And interestingly, at that discussion, we had in Cornell, they had a professor of sustainable development. And so he asked, in a very jocular manner, he said, I don't understand what you are going to learn coming all the way here. So we have to come there and learn from you. We have to learn how so many people are able to live with so less. That's a big, big learning. So the idea of not just per capita income, but per capita carbon footprint is an idea which has been now gaining momentum. The cost to the planet of development. And these are big lessons that Kerala can teach. I think that just as my friend here talking high-tech, low-tech can be high-tech. Disruptive innovations are needed. We've seen how technology has been working. We've seen how technology has not been working. So we have to now use what you said, the word of heritage and culture, word of tradition and history, has all have to play. These are all big lessons that they will teach. And this is a young country like US is now seeking that from old experienced cultures which they see India is. And particularly for Kerala, I think there is a big issue, a big bag of learning that they have there. Particularly how a country which so large and to many eyes, coming back to the Taj Mahal story, that India, the destination, Kerala is seen as everyday India and ordinary India. Yet, everyday can be magic and ordinary can be extraordinary, is what we are now trying to say. That it is not as though you have to see a Taj Mahal or a Maharaja or a fort, that our little villages and little way of life is now becoming what is now driving people to travel, to learn, and to share. So let me just here use one. There's a Dr. Peter Adderholt from Denmark who coined two terms. One term he called the alert independent traveler, and the other term he coined was the sun, sand, surf traveler. Sun, sand, surf traveler. Who was he? The sun, sand, surf traveler was one who wanted 27 degrees Celsius water, white sands, and perpetual sun. And that's the destination he chose. He wanted to have that, the best mattress, the best room with a view. Nothing else mattered. In contrast to that was another traveler which he called the alert independent traveler, for whom it is a voyage of discovery, for whom it is important how people lived in that country, the impact of his own travel to that country, institutions of democracy and human rights that existed there. So you have two different types. And today you will see that the alert traveler is increasingly, in India you will see that the numbers of people who are aware and have the capacity to spend are increased. It's not just capacity to spend, but awareness. That he will not, the new consumer is one who will see luxury where the consumer's interest does not overwhelm the interest of the planet and overwhelm the interest of the community. So we are now coming to see a new.
It's interesting classifications of tourism.
The emerging traveler is now different. And that's what we are seeing. In the new normal that we have post-COVID, we are seeing a complete, we have the benefit of now redefining Kerala's advantages, those learnings that we have. And collaboration between USA and Kerala are very, very possible.
Thank you. Development and disruption. I think that is exactly your US consider themselves on top of the world for health and medical services. How do you think we will be fitting into this to attract business from US?
Well, there is a common understanding in the industry or among the normal people. US have the highest technological advance in medical science. In a way, it's true. But if you think from the holistic point of view, that's just the opposite. Recently, there was a study done by a medical doctor who is a MD, PhD, a medical doctor. He did a study and he published 1/3 of the death happened in the US was due to the treatment by an MD doctor. What happens with an MD doctor? He is specialized in one particular area. This is a study published in a medical journal. 1/3 of the death happened in the US due to the treatment by an MD. Here comes the beauty of Kerala. We have an holistic approach to health, to life, to everyday lifestyle. And there plays the role of Ayurveda, our wellness system. Ayurveda was never been considered as a medical thing in Kerala because it was our lifestyle. It was in our kitchen. It was in our garden. It was always there. So this holistic approach, on contrary to the technological advancement of medical science in US, is a complete different way of approach. So as Mr. Dominic said again, from the tourism point of view, there are different reasons why people travel. The motive is different. There was a time when people used to travel to tick the boxes. I've seen Taj Mahal. Yes, that's it. Now it's more about experiential travel. And beyond the experiential travel, now people travel for experience at the same time for their well-being as well. When they travel, they don't want to get tired. They want to take a personal experience rather than just an experience of being somewhere. So health is an important part in that. Food is an important part in that. And when it comes to culture of Kerala, I would like to take one point from the culture. If you don't taste the local cuisine, you are not experiencing the local culture. Because cuisine is a manifestation of a culture. And in Kerala, we have some unique cuisine, unique way of introducing our cuisine along with our culture. So from the wellness point of view, US is one of the biggest markets because the modern wellness travel trend started around 45 years ago with the health farms. Health farms were the centers where people go and take diet to reduce weight. Dieting on juices, dieting on just vegetables, salads. Now they realize there are lots of consequences for that as well. If you go extreme, there are health issues. In Kerala, we never been extreme. And Ayurveda is not an extreme. It's a combination and well balanced. Thank you.
Thank you. International banking probably is at crossroads now. We used to look to the West to see the latest, but now we look at them to see the worst. With the latest, would we be?
In terms of the global markets, obviously, as I said earlier, things definitely are not looking great. It's more coming in from a geopolitical perspective. But I think I would want to twist the perspective more from, again, I think the dimension of innovation that was spoken of earlier. And I think if again, that's something that we could applaud for ourselves on what we've achieved in the last, say, about 5 years to 10 years, are the dimensions around how we have evolved in the way we handle money and the way we have spread money. So this entire mantra of financial inclusion that we are living with, the UPI and the ability to transact with ease, is a phenomenal development that the country has seen. And to that extent, I think the West is looking at us, the evolved countries are looking at us in terms of how we have done that. Why is it important? It's not only about the ease with which you can transact, but the ease also helps reducing the cost of transaction. So effectively, if a business has to be profitable, fact of the matter is cut costs everywhere, and this reduces it in a significant fashion. And again, an earlier point that I mentioned, India is going to be far more than double its GDP in the next about 10 years. One critical part that is going to support us is the entire digitalization that is one of the foundation stones that has been laid on. And I think that, in my view, is going to be one significant development on the financial space, which would drive our growth more than anything else. I think I'll say that and I'll rest it over here.
Right now. Okay, join us. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll close within a few minutes. Just one more question to him and then we'll. Sorry, I know there'll be a lot of disruption as we said. If you go a little later, see, we have full automation, robotics, ChatGPT and all coming in now. What do you think, would you perceive the future of this industry in the future?
See, outsourcing services to lesser economics, right, by the established economies is going to happen for sure, right? Now, the kind of profiles that you had probably 5 years back, 10 years back, if we continue to hire them and not upskill them, then there's a huge risk of the work going elsewhere. So today, I mean, we're talking about this. You look into a tech market, you look into telecom market, or maybe even the advanced software support market. The average age of a B2C customer 5 years back who used to reach a support center was something like 43, 44. Today it has gone up to 55, which means the millennials, Generation Z, all these people do not even know. They're born with a laptop. So there is no need for support. So putting all this in together into the mix and looking at IT services support, it'll survive. It'll, I mean, if you're asking me, will it grow exponentially? Maybe not. There'll be a lot of influence on bots, robotics, and artificial intelligence is what they say, but today there's a different connotation for that. It's called intelligent automation. So many of this is coming to play, and the existing scope of support that's being currently serviced is definitely going through a sea of change. And we are likely to see that in a few months. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think we'll skip the open session. I think, okay.
Yes. Thank you. Since Consul General CPI Chicago, Mr. Somnath Ghosh is online. Please don't go away. We are presenting mementos to you. And may I request please to be here? Yes. I would like to invite Mr. Riaz onto the stage, please, to give away the memento to Mr. Bhaskar Malladi. Mr. Riaz. Big round of applause when they are presenting the memento, please. Mr. Prakash Nambudri to Mr. Jose Dominic. Yes, Mr. Riaz. Yes. Everyone, please. Yes. Mr. Prakash Nambudri will be presenting a memento to Mr. Jose Dominic. Mr. Shambhu Namidri, once again, may I request you to please come onto the dais and give away a memento to Mr. Biju George. Mr. Ambarish, may I request you to please come onto the dais to present a memento to Mr. Lakshmanan. Also, Mr. KG Thomas, may I request you to please enter the dais to give away a memento to Mr. Sri Kumar Murkat. And our Kerala chairman, Mr. Shantakumar, may I request you to please come onto the stage to give away a memento to Mr. Joseph Thomas, our panel chairman of this particular panel discussion. Yes, big round of applause, please. Yes, thank you. One group photo session will be held now, and after that, we will quickly move on to the virtual session by Mr. Somnath. While this photo session is going on, let me once again introduce and announce the sponsors before you. Gold sponsors ISFO Technologies, Federal Bank, Kerala State Industrial Development Corporation, KSIDC, Synthite Industries, SJS7 News, one of the main gold sponsor, silver sponsor, Western Cashew. And thanks to all, each and every sponsor for the success of this event.
Thank you very much, everyone. Now we have with us Mr. Somnath Ghosh, the Indian Consul General from Consulate General of India, Chicago. Mr. Somnath Ghosh did his master's from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, and he joined the Indian Foreign Services in 1997. In a span of his career of 25 years, he has been Ambassador of India to the Republic of Tajikistan and to Mongolia. Ambassador Ghosh speaks Bengali, Hindi, English, and Russian. On behalf of Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, he recently took over as an Indian Consul General in Chicago. I had an opportunity to meet him and interact along with the chairman of course, Tamil Nadu. Pleasure to welcome you once again, Mr. Ghosh, on behalf of Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. And thanks for staying. Over to you. You can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
It's perfect.
Okay, thank you and very good morning from Chicago, the manufacturing capital and of the Midwest of United States. This is morning here, and I take this opportunity to greet people who are now following Easter. Some of them are in Ramadan. We have Baisakhi also in parts of India, Ugadi. So my greetings to all the people cutting across the various ethnicities, language, and religion. American Midwest, which the Consulate General of Chicago looks after as the jurisdiction, that includes the state of Illinois, which is the 5th largest economy in United States, the state of Indiana, Michigan, the state of Missouri, the state of Wisconsin, the state of Minnesota, South and North Dakota, and Iowa. I'll try to shortly tell you the significance of these all 9 states together, and also along with normally Ohio is also seen to be part of the Midwest. If you look at the Great 5 Lake region, so that is the manufacturing hub of United States. It has traditionally been manufacturing hub, and even today it is claimed that over 40% of manufacturing of United States happen in this region only, and which includes all sorts of manufacturing, agro processing, green energy today. This is the most dense facility for all sorts of cars and vehicles, bio and biomedical devices, pharma. You take it, and all of them are concentrated. Today, the fastest growing the sector of in this region is green energy, and this is not only a manufacturing sector, it is also one of the most vibrant startup and R&D ecosystem that this region hosts. With India this year, we expect that the total trade will cross 15 billion. It's a dollar, which is like big country itself. About 80% of that will be just below 80% of that will be export from India into this region, and the rest is of course export to India from this region. This is also the wheat basket of United States. Huge amount of agriculture happens in this region. Part of this is now going for green energy. Wheat, soybean, and all sorts of other products of United States come from this region. Iowa, Wisconsin, the 2 Dakotas, these Missouri, Indiana. These are the very highly productive agro region from American Midwest. We have also here some of the best universities. It's very important whenever you talk about United States, the entire ecosystem of research and development and new ideas actually come from great universities and institutions. So among the major and most prominent, we have here Chicago University, University of Urbana-Champaign, Purdue University, Michigan Ann Arbor University, Northwestern University, Wisconsin Madison University, Iowa. Many of you will be aware that each of them are leaders in their respective field. For example, Purdue is one of the best engineering university, and this is one of the best semiconductor, Center for Semiconductor Excellence in Semiconductor. Similarly, the Urbana-Champaign is for computing and AI, and all of them. Ann Arbor is also in the same, semiconductor, then AI. Iowa and Urbana-Champaign are some of the best agriculture university in the world. The famous seed center, the agricultural seed center of United States, is based in Iowa. So there is a lot of things, center of excellence, and some of the greatest facilities globally greatest facilities are concentrated in the American Midwest. I was listening very carefully to the discussion of the previous session, and tourism certainly came up, and it's important. A large number of tourists are actually going from here. One of the problem that our southern states would have is the distance. From here, from Chicago and other part of United States, it's much easy to go in one flight to the northern part of India, but even few hours addition becomes difficult and not many direct flight. But this is only one reason. I'm sure there are ways to promote other southern states of India in the tourist map of tourists from United States. Much of that is also the Indian origin people. There is a great potential for trade, for tourism, for mutual investment, for manufacturing, uh, and the green energy and agro processing, biomedical, medical tourism can be of special interest for Kerala, and we will be very keen to work with any business body or government official body, bank, and other investors. I would welcome a delegation, whether general or with specific interest, to Chicago and this region. It will be a pleasure to help them, to handhold them wherever, whichever manner that is possible. And our consulate here is very actively reaching out to the local Indian as well as mainstream American population, the corporate, uh, the research center, the centers of excellence, the startup centers, and all other facilities which will be of interest to us. I'll stop here. I don't know whether there is any question answer session. If there is any question, it will be my pleasure to respond to them. Thank you.
Sure. Yes. As he requested, any question or doubts or queries, please? Anyone? Yes.
My name is Thomas. I'm from SFO Technologies in Cochin. Am I audible?
Yes, perfect. Mr.
Yeah.
Thomas.
Yeah, I just wanted to check with you if these universities in the US, if they are doing some projects which require NPI and also prototyping and also subsequent manufacturing or things like that. Is it possible for the council to help us to
Yes,
migrate those projects to India?
it is
And-
perfectly possible. Yes, please.
So that is what I just wanted to know, so that if there is some way where, our manufacturing and excellence in, NPI can be used by these universities. Cost of labor, the way in which both the countries can gain.
It is perfectly possible, Mr. Thomas, and if you contact me separately with details exactly what are the offer that you can give us, I can reach out to the major centers in some of these universities I named. There are some of the leaders in the world, and there are also many of Indian origin. It is important because when some faculty is of Indian origin, he understands India better than others. So we can try our best to find out a partner. But of course, the final result will depend on whether both sides find an arrangement, mutually beneficial. Of course, that goes without saying.
I agree 100%. So I will take your credentials from.
Yeah,
from
my
chamber.
email and everything is available.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for participating in this event. I am Lalit Bhasin. I'm not a businessman, I'm a lawyer, but I happen to be the national president of the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce. I want to ask you a specific question or an observation from you. Recently, the Bar Council of India has opened, you see, the legal services sector for foreign lawyers to come and practice in India. In your experience, would the states in the United States be interested in having a reciprocity arrangement with the Bar Council of India so far as the right to practice is concerned? Your observations? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vashin. Law is a big business, of course. When you say that you are not a businessman, technically probably it's not right. And you know how legalistic this United States, the entire business and in general environment is. Your question is very unique, and this is more than a question, it's an idea that we must work on. Every state in United States have their own specific set of rules and regulation. I'm not sure whether there is a countrywide general regulation for practicing or access of foreign lawyers. I will follow up your question. I will see if it is possible with Wisconsin or any other state, major state under the jurisdiction. In fact, there is a lot of interest. I must tell you that just about a month ago, a batch of about 15 judges visited India, and as part of that, I think about 10 or 11 of them also went to Kerala. And this is not only a touristic interest, there is also interest in learning our system. So, so I'll certainly follow this up, your question, and I'll see what best can be done.
Yes, sir, your observations are very relevant. And since you have mentioned the visit of, there were 23 judges of the United States state courts. They visited India.
Yes.
I think the consulate in Chicago helped them, and we helped them. They came at the invitation of the Society of Indian Law Firms, again of which I am the president of that. So they came here under Justice Sanjay Taylor.
Yes, he's a good friend of mine.
Yeah, very good friend of mine also for last nearly 2 decades now. And he brought the first delegation. So
yes,
we'll be in touch with you, sir, and try to get
Please do that. Please
Yes.
do that. It's a very, very important idea. I remember long back we had problem with I can see you that way, he's right. So this has been a bone of contention. I don't know about the latest, but certainly I remember about 15 years ago with United Kingdom we had a problem.
Yes, sir.
So their contention was that they allow but we don't allow. I don't know, things must have changed now in
No,
India.
United Kingdom, they allow now, but they don't give the work permit. So it is on paper.
So if you can also, it will be very helpful if you can also give me a sort of outline of the legal framework that we have or regulations we have in terms of foreigners to practice here. That would be greatly helpful. I'll
Yes,
reach
sir.
out certainly all the 9 states here.
Thank
And
you
I'll
very
be in
much.
touch. My email is available with
Yes,
IACC.
yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Srinivasan. I have a manufacturing company in Chennai. I intend to acquire a company in Chicago. What is that you will do for entrepreneur like me?
Have you any particular, good morning, Mr. Srinivas, is there any particular company that you have in mind?
Yes, yes.
Is
Similar
there
line
a-
of manufacturing. What I do in
Okay.
Chennai,
Okay.
it's a
Is there
manufacturing
any
of plastic
particular,
raw materials used extensively in automotive sector.
okay. Is there any specific problem that you are facing? Please let me know. I'll go to, whatever people here, and I'll try to resolve that.
Okay, thank you.
Please let me know the specifics.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Somnath, for your time. And thanks for spending your time, valuable time here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good day and rest of the program. I'll leave at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Yes, almost majority of the flow was just planned and the agenda has been finished. But before we move on to the vote of thanks session, I would like to invite the planning committee members and office bearers onto the dais. Please, you have a surprise gift. Okay, you have a memento to present. And I would like to invite IACC National President Dr. Mr. Lalit and also IACC Kerala Chairman Mr. Shantakumar onto the stage to give away mementos to planning committee members and office bearers who are the winners, who are the captains, or who are the pillars behind this program. All the office committee members, planning committee members and office bearers, please come onto the stage, please. And Shantakumar sir and Lalit sir, inviting you onto the stage, please, to give away the mementos.
I will also invite Mr. and Mr. Shekhar. Jai Shrilan. Jai Shrilan. Today's event has been so meticulously planned and organized by a team of 10 people who have actually put in their pride and efforts to make it a success. As the chairman of this chapter, I have just been my contribution. So I would invite Mr. Darit Shekhar. Managing the then manager, again a past chairman. Another division. Part of the team has been elected and he has been again staff members, and I have my name from the show. And I used to occasionally invite all of you to come and see whatever. It falls on the 30th of this month. Just give me a call, my number will be available. Come on and make arrangements for you to come and see the
Yes. Dear all, please be generous in giving the claps, please.
Before everybody leaves, could we just call everybody with the elephants to come here and take a group photo? We will not get this crowd again once we open the bar. So I request the National Committee to remain on the dais and request everybody else to come over here. You can get your elephants along if you want.
Yes, as Prakash sir said, please join them. Everyone, please join them. Yes. You want to say something? Huh? Kamal, please announce it.
Yeah, Mr. Kamal Bora, the General Secretary. Please come over the stage and huh? Which one? Yeah. Yeah. So Kamal Bora is here. Right.
Yes. Thank you. Before we move on to the vote of thanks, once again, it's my pleasure to announce the sponsors of the program, gold sponsors, SFO Technologies, Federal Bank, KSIDC, that is Kerala State Industrial Development Corporation, Synthite Industries, silver sponsors, Western Cashew, and a special thanks to the gold sponsor and the dinner sponsor, SJS Avenues. Yes. And now I would like to invite IACC Kerala Vice Chairman, Mr. KG Thomas, to deliver the vote of thanks for you.
Distinguished speakers, delegates, and those who have contributed to the success of KAPS 2023 Business Summit. I would like to express my gratitude to our chief guest, Sri P. Rajiv, Honorable Minister of Industries, Law and Choir, for his presence and valuable insights at the event. Your support has been instrumental in making this event a grand success. I extend thanks to Mr. Suman Billa, IAS, Secretary Industries, Government of Kerala, for enlightening keynote address. We are grateful to Dr. Lalit Bashin, the National President of IACC, for his inspiring presidential address. We would like to thank Ms. Kare Arun, Principal Commercial Officer, American Consulate General, Chennai, for her informative talk on ease of doing business with USA and Select USA. We are grateful to Ms. Swati Kulkarni, Consul General of Atlanta, and Mr. Somanath Ghosh, Consul General of Chicago, for their valedictory address. I would also like to thank our chairman, Chandakumar, our vice president, vice chairman, Shambhu Nambudiri, and program coordinator, Prakash Nambudiri, for their guidance and support in organizing this event. Your vision and leadership have been invaluable in bringing together such an esteemed group of business leaders and officials. I would like to thank all the delegates who have attended the event. Your participation has made this event a truly interactive and engaging platform for discussions and insights. Once again, thank you for making KAPS 2023 a grand success, and we look forward to continue your support and participation in future events. We we are delighted to have recognized the Export Excellence Award winners from the spices sector, Dr. Viju Jacob, MD Sindite Industries. From IT sector, Mr. Jahangir, MD SFO Technologies. From Cashew, Dr. J. Rajmohan Pillai, Chairman Beta Group. From the medical sector, Mr. Thomas John, MD Agape Diagnostics. And seafood sector, Mr. Abraham Taragan, Chairman Amalgam Group. Our panel discussions on business opportunity with USA moderated by Mr. Prakash Namburi, Commercial Director, AB Mauri in manufacturer sectors, and Mr. Joseph Thomas, CA service sector, were enriched by the valuable insights of our distinguished panelists. Mr. Hari Krishnan, MD Western Cashew, Dr. Viju Jacob, MD Sindite Industries, Mr. Alex Nanan, President Seafood Exporters Association, Mr. Thomas John, MD Agape, Mr. Jos Dominic, Chairman CGH Group, Mr. Biju Jacob, International Business Wellness Chef, Mr. Lakshmanan, Treasury Head, Federal Bank, and Mr. Srimar Murkat, Vice President, Sutherland Technologies. I would like to express my appreciation to all our distinguished speakers for sharing their insights and experience with us. Your valuable contributions have enriched our knowledge and understanding of the current business environment and the opportunities sustainable growth. Last, our Event Management Association Bronze Award winner, Chitra Pai. Please come forward for receiving a memento. Please come forward. Chitra Pai. Yeah, you have done a great master of ceremony. And also we recognize the presence of Thomas George Mottakel, an accomplished entrepreneur who began his journey in engineering construction in United States in 1994. His company name is Thomar Construction. Finally, we would like to express our sincere thanks to all attendees for making KAPS 2023 a great success. And we hope to see you again at future events. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Thomas, sir. And thank you, Shantakumar, sir. And thank you. Special thanks to Shambhu Nambudiri, sir. And Ikariya Master Brain. It was totally 1% volume. I didn't have any clue. I was wondering when you announced my name. And thank you once again, each and everyone who assembled here this lovely evening to make this event, that is KAPS 2023, a grand success. Good events keep on going, right? It is never ending. It's just making us wait for the next event. Am I right? So we shall meet next year or after a few months like this. Again, we shall assemble in a beautiful evening. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for making this a great success. And thank you for your time, patience, and dedication. Cocktail counters, right? Yes, cocktail counters, food counters, everything is open. Those who are feeling hungry, please proceed towards the food counters. And before we move on to the food counters, please stand up for the national anthem.
Yeah, you have told, right? Oh. Thank you, everybody. Once again, it was a wonderful audience. We thank the National Committee who's taken the trouble to travel all across from the country and come over here. And please don't step out of the room. The bar counter is already opened. Please relax, take off your jackets and enjoy and network. Thank you once again.
Yes, as Prakash sir told, please enjoy the food. Thank you. Please enjoy the evening. Thank you. Once again, myself Chitra Pai signing off.